Well, greetings, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club Jamboree with my friend Rob. Down below there is Sue, and over there is Michael. How y'all doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Rob, I'm totally convinced. Yeah, so right before we came on, we were just talking about, the changes. I suppose, I don't know how long ago it was now in America, but in the UK where I lived, the smoking ban came in 2007. And prior to that, you could smoke in bars and you could smoke in nightclubs. I'm not so sure about restaurants, and I'm pretty sure you couldn't smoke in shops like retail shops or whatever. And I was sort of bemoaning the fact that I think this sort of thing should be taken care of by the market. I know, Rob, you used to have that opinion, but I think you've shifted. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's anything that hurt any of the industries at all. So, if it works. I mean, I miss the smoky bar thing sometimes. But they could always hook up a fog machine, I guess.
I don't miss smelling like smoke, but I do sort of miss the. I don't know. Like I say, when you can go outside and smoke outside the door in places that exists at, if you're a non-smoker like me, you just end up getting abandoned half the time while everybody is outside smoking. So you end up out there with the smokers anyway. So whether they're outside or inside, I'm still breathing their smoke if I'm hanging out with my smoking friends. And certainly when I lived in Cornwall, especially when I lived in Cornwall, almost everybody I knew smoked down there. So that's not for me. What are you guys' feelings down below there about the whole smoking ban? Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing? Are we less free, or does it not? Is it got nothing to do with freedom? What's your thoughts?
You start living on a mountain and then you just start talking to everybody like they're down below.
It's true.
Yeah, there you go. Especially Colorado. That makes sense.
It's true. And if it's definitely true. I'm aloof now.
Oh. See, I kind of think of it as I think it's a personal choice to me. I'm all about the freedom of the choice. If you want to smoke, go ahead. If you don't, I mean, that's like with the vaping situation. I mean, right now there could be a possibility of a potential all-out ban on vaping that's happening in the country right now that a lot of people are not talking about, and it's really all about choice. And so, if you're taking away a person's choice, then that's not really a freedom of choice. There, person's not really free.
I get what you're saying, and here's where I'm kind of monkey wrench into that whole thing.
Okay.
In the case of like banning something like vaping, like for everybody across the board, yes, you're right. That's a choice issue. When it comes to like smoking in bars and stuff, I don't think that that's so much an attack on the choice of the consumers. It's more on the owners of the establishments. That's why it's their freedoms, I think, that are being infringed on more than else, because they don't have a choice. I mean, if they want to be open for business, they can't allow smoking in their establishment, no matter how they feel about it. As a consumer, as a consumer, then don't eat out or don't go, and just stay home and do your thing. Or like we were saying before, you go outside and smoke. It's the establishment that is really having their freedoms curtailed.
That makes sense.
Talk about people that don't want to. They don't want to follow the rules in a venue that they go to because they think.
Well, that could be one avenue. But just in general, though, like the whole because Paul was saying about with COVID and the quarantine not being able to go to a smoky bar, and I was like, there's no such thing as a smoky bar in the United States anymore.
Yeah. Hasn't been for quite some time.
Sue had brought up how, it's an issue of choice and the freedom to choose. And I was just saying that, it's more about the freedom of the establishment owners to choose, because they don't have a choice in the matter at all. So,
well, actually, they can if they create a private club or create you can actually create a smoking bar. They're created for that purpose. It's just that you have to clear and such.
They banned those, and when the smoke, there used to be smoking clubs in the UK, but they banned those when they banned indoor smoking. The whole thing went out. Sue, I know that vaping is an issue that you've been interested in for quite some time, and I'm very interested to pick your mind about. Do you perceive is there like a sort of snobbery between smokers and vapors? And which ones are the snobs?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's a little bit of both. It depends on who you
Well,
talk to.
that's a cop out. I mean, come on.
Well, okay. I would say there's more snobbery with the smokers.
You'd say that you're a vapor.
I know the community more. The problem is that there's a lot of people that still don't know a lot about this product. They don't know a lot about vaping. That's the big issue. There's not enough education. And I was sitting in on a panel last night on Twitch, and it's like they're still going about the diacetyl and all these chemicals. It's like you got more chemicals in smoking that'll make you sick than in vaping. You know, you just got the nicotine in the purest form. But what's happening is state by state, and I think right now with the misinformation you have about vaping, smokers are like, hey, we got the upper hand, but yeah, you guys are going to get more sick.
What's your opinion? Sorry, I just want to say real quick. What's your opinion about? I mean, like vaping started off in my awareness anyway. It started off as a way to get people off of cigarettes.
Yes, you know, and that's how it's always. That's how
substitute. And so most of the vaping juice was some sort of tobacco flavor, whereas now you can get every rainbow flavor under the sun. And then people are complaining, oh, they're marketing at kids with these flavors. And what I want to know is, okay, if you're okay with the flavor. But is the nicotine still there? And is the nicotine really what you're after? And is it okay to just keep on letting people be addicted to nicotine? I don't know.
You do have the option of not having that. You can lower it to where you can still vape with no nicotine. A lot of it is the hand to mouth habit. If you think about it as a smoker, you know, right? That's what a lot of vapors are used to. So even if they you have the nicotine or they go to zero nic, it's that habit. It's the habit right there. But as far as the marketing to kids, I think that's more of a cop-out because basically that's somebody saying, well, I just don't want my kids trying something new or something different. And so that's why you have all these bands that are all over the place in big cities, small cities, whatever.
Well, and then also to that, I would say I have two words, Joe Camel. That was marketed directly at children. And I mean, eventually it was stopped, but for decades, Joe Camel was out there to make kids want to smoke. The thing is, I mean, my whole thing about it is what I have zero interest in what other people put in their body, provided that the information about what the effects of that will do to them, as long as they're given accurate information and they make that choice, I don't care. That said, I mean, okay, there are some limits. If you're going to be sucking on polonium, okay, that's probably shouldn't be able to do that. But even there, see, I support someone's right to commit suicide if they make if they're making a rational choice. So, if you want polonium, that's fine too, I suppose. But it's just that there's so much misinformation. My only problem with vaping is, I mean, I think obviously it is less damaging than smoking. Is that there's a lot of people who seem to think it's harmless, and that's not true either. As long as you're aware of the harm and you decide to do it anyway, that's your business.
I mean, as far as the flavors, I mean, it doesn't matter how old you are. People like different flavors. So
right, exactly.
Marketing flavors, you know, the flavors that's marketed to kids is kind of bullshit. It's not like they're putting out vape juice, you know, called Smurf Berry vape juice.
Are you sure? It might be, actually.
Now because of all the regulations and these PMTAs that they have to follow, they've been across the board. They're changing it to where they say, okay, this is a cherry, this is this. There's no fancy names right now because they want to be within the law. The problem
I think it's kind of amusing that the implication is if you're an adult, you have to put up with it tasting terrible. You know,
right.
You know, you have to,
I think a lot of
I don't know, man. Some of these flavors you mainly see young people doing. You don't see that many older people. They're extra sweet, candy-like flavors and stuff. Not as many adults are going to go for that as people that are young.
When you say younger people, though, do you mean 12-year-olds or do you mean 18?
Key point.
I mean,
that's a key point.
It's like people that are like under 23.
Right, but if they're over 18, good for them. I mean, they're adults.
Yeah, that's the adult. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the adult age. With the problem, and that shouldn't happen is if it's in high school. Yeah, that you have to draw a line there at least. But they're still gonna find ways but kids are gonna still find ways to do that. I mean, look at how we grew up when people told us, no, you don't do this, or no, you don't do drugs, or no, you know, the Just Say No campaigns. What happened? That made it more enticing, right?
My high school had a smoking section outside.
Yeah, mine too. Mine too.
Well, from my point of view, you don't have to put like candy and fruit flavors and whatever to make the product appeal to children. All you have to do is tell children they're not allowed to have it, and it appeals to children on that basis all by itself.
That's how I
True.
started this.
True.
That's how I started this. Not allowed to do it. It makes it more enticing.
Yeah, I mean,
Michael's been trying to pipe in for 8 months. What do you want to say, Michael?
So my biases are that, one, I have never smoked anything in my entire life, not a cigarette, not pot, not anything.
Mm-hmm.
And two, I'm a certified addiction counselor in the state of Colorado, and that's not very tempting. Whatever. No one ever really gives me a really good sales pitch for smoking if they've ever done it. Smokers tell me you should never start.
You should never start.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
It's awful. It's awful.
what I want to say about what I've heard is, first, the push to ban vaping is actually highly backed by Altria, who own a lot of tobacco companies, because they also own the patent to nicotine salts,
Yeah.
which they can put into devices that are single use, and then you have to buy another one, because it's all about attacking the variety that they can't put into their nicotine salts, attacking the positives of having your own vape where you can have a variety of the different flavors. Those different flavors, while they do appeal to children, they also appeal to the adults that would want to get off smoking,
Correct.
which is also a really good reason for Altria to attack them, because they want to keep people smoking on the original tobacco anyway.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's something that still happens. I did know, because back when I tried vaping, I did know some people who made their own vape juice, because it's basically a glycerin base. So it's not a very complex thing to do, apparently.
No.
So to have people pick up a habit of vaping, especially those who are trying to get off cigarettes, and they can make their own vape juice.
Okay.
Yeah, as somebody who owns stock in cigarette companies, or owns a lot of cigarette companies or tobacco farms and everything else, you don't want that.
No, you don't. Absolutely, you don't. Because there's some people who don't know what they're doing. I mean, there are people that say, "Oh, mix all this stuff together," and they don't know what they're doing unless they have the proper education, the proper equipment. And that's why a lot of the vape shops had their little things.
If they do know what they're doing, they're even more dangerous, because they're taking away your income.
Correct.
Here's the thing that gets me though, and it's the same thing I have with the oil companies. If Altria and other tobacco companies, or companies with a lot of tobacco concerns, started getting in the market of selling like tobacco extract, because basically you make a vape juice as a tobacco extract. So if you want to, so that this way they're still selling their tobacco product, it's just in a different form. It's just like I've always said about the oil companies. If the oil companies were to see themselves as energy companies and not oil companies, they would have been leading the charge 30 years ago. But instead, they got this tunnel vision of we sell oil, not we sell energy solutions.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
In the case of Altria, what they're trying to keep on their side is the planned obsolescence of you not having a cheap alternative to their main cash cow, which is cigarettes. So
Right.
if you can buy the vape juice and it lasts you a lot longer than the cigarettes for a lot cheaper price, they don't like that.
True.
That's why they're working on the nicotine salt stick, because they want to have something that you purchase and then throw away and purchase again.
Yeah, but see,
From them.
they could still find a way though to be market leaders if they were interested in that, or if they thought about it. But it's very marginal mind thinking. Like, we think about the way we've always been doing things and not about where the market's going, and that's a losing solution.
An example of what you were saying before, Joe, is Shell. Shell is no longer called Shell Oil.
Right.
Years ago, they changed their name to Shell Energy.
Right.
And they started doing a lot of experiments in alternate fuels.
Right.
Because just changing the name and saying they're not an oil company, they're an energy company, it gives them the flexibility to move into other areas, into other, And I said, when I first saw that, I remember a few years ago, I was like, oh, good for them. I was like, that's great. That's really good.
Because I was in like the early '90s. I was like, if these guys, my attitude back in the early '90s, because obviously I knew, climate change isn't new. We've known it's been a growing problem for a long time. So I had said, look, as a government, we should have actually gone to the oil companies and say, hey, look, you guys have money and power and wealth, and you want to keep it. We get that. But you're hurting us. So we're going to because we do give tax breaks for emerging technologies. If we had said, hey, look, if you do this right now, we're going to give you a sweetheart deal. You're going to get in on the ground floor of the tax breaks to transform your business into a new thing, so you can maintain your lead if you so are willing to do that. And then you'll still be 30 years from now, you'll still be on top. Oil will become a smaller part of your portfolio. At least
our government lacks the courage to do that kind of thing.
Well, and also, I think there's something about the right-wing mind, because again, obviously we've had a lot of, whether it's in the Oval Office or in Congress, we've had, a lot of right-wing thinking, and it's very much like, you look at them now, like they're just so into, like, we support oil and gas and we support this, that, and the other thing. And coal, like they're still clinging to fucking coal. There's only 60,000 coal workers in the whole country. It's not even a dying industry; it's a dead industry. But
it's a romanticized industry, and because of that, they can use that, to jab at anybody who is offering any kind of alternate plans.
Right, but the thing is, if the right wing, because unfortunately, again, the right wing mind is very much stuck in the past. Halcyon days that have gone by, and if they could have been, the Republican Party could have been the leaders on that and say, hey, look, we're gonna push forward because we're the business people, and American business should be leading the way, not following, not sticking in the past. But they've gotten so stuck in this that, and I know a big part of it's their donors, but again, if they'd gone to ExxonMobil and all the other companies and made these kind of deals and say, hey, look, we want you to start developing in these new areas, and we're going to give you huge tax breaks, and we're going to give you tax breaks to help transition your workers, so those workers that can be retrained and then as the other people retire out, those jobs get phased out. But they have no vision anymore, unfortunately. I mean, again, the series that I started and never finished was why the right is wrong, and the companion was where the left goes wrong. And I said at the beginning of that, it's not that the left is always right. We're not, but the right is almost always wrong.
So earlier when I was listening to Sue speak, I actually wanted to slit her throat because she was someone on the left going wrong, in my opinion. But hear me out here. She was saying about the smoking, that it should be a choice, and if we were to take an analog of something that kills just about as many people, secondhand smoke has killed in the last 50 years maybe 2.5 million people. This pandemic that we have now has almost killed 1 million people now. By the time it's over, maybe 2.5 million people. The same as secondhand smoke has done in 50 years. This pandemic will, as it tails off the next 50 years, both will kill about 2.5 million people worldwide, right? So you have people saying, well, I should have the choice to be able to smoke in these bars, and if you don't like it, you can just not go to the bar. There are also people saying that wearing a mask should be my choice. But I was talking about secondhand smoke deaths there.
Right.
And if you look at
I get it.
If you look at the science of addiction, this is actually something that's a transmittable mental disease. Through peer pressure, you can get people to smoke by people being in the same proximity of other smokers. They learn to smoke. The disease gets passed on. And it's not so much a choice as it is a hijacking of choice chemically in your brain. Which is why I wanted to absolutely slit Sue's throat when I heard her say it's a choice, because what I saw was Karen at the grocery store not wanting to wear a fucking
No, but
mask.
see, Michael, I don't think that analogy works quite that well though, because the difference between smoking and secondhand smoke, if you're smoking, whether or not obviously addiction affects, because like I'm a fat guy, I understand compulsive behavior, but still ultimately I'm the one shoveling food in my head. But the thing is, there's a difference. See, secondhand smoke would be me shoving food into your head against your will. And that's the difference. And that's the whole
And
thing.
not wearing a mask is putting the disease on other people.
Exactly, on other people. So that's the thing. So that's
but it's doing that where they don't have a choice, though, right? Like, so the example of going into a bar, right? That should be the decision of the owner of the establishment. And then if they decide to have it being a smoking place, smokers want to go there, and non-smokers also want to go there, then
That's an informed choice.
Yeah, that is now their choice, right? But so let's say, for example, that you are standing or in a place where close proximity is not an option. So let's say like a concert, for example, and everybody at a concert, because let's say it's outdoor, so like the Gorge here in Columbia, outdoor concert venue, but if everybody were to be smoking or people were to be allowed to freely smoke, now what that means is that there are people who are there that are going to be exposed to this secondhand smoke, not of their own volition or doing. And that, I think, is an incorrect situation. This is why we have them in the smoker area. And if you want to venture off into the smoker area, that's all on you, right?
And that's why I was saying earlier that the laws that are pretty much now nationwide, where the owner of the establishment doesn't have the choice to make it smoking or non-smoking, is more an issue of freedom of choice for the establishment owner, not so much for the customer.
Right. Now,
I used to see it the other way around. I used to think that was an impacting the freedom of choice of the customer, but it's actually a bigger deal for the establishment owner.
Right.
So having a smoking area at a concert and a non-smoking area at a concert is like having a non-pissing section in your fucking pool. Okay?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
That's good.
That's a good analogy. Also, the other part of the problem of it, and the reason why I know in New Jersey the rationale for having the law banning smoking entirely, is because it wasn't about the patrons at all, and it wasn't about the owners. It was about the workers. Because the problem is, it's easy to say, oh well, if it's a smoking establishment, just don't work here. The problem is there was almost at the time. And basically, as long as it was allowable to have smoking in an establishment, there were almost no establishments that had no. So you're basically telling most people, well, you can't work. It's either get secondhand smoke or don't work.
Right.
So that was really the justification, is that and the problem with smoking sections, it's exactly what Michael said. So what ended up happening was they kind of showed. I remember how many times we've probably all been in places where if you're sitting in the non-smoking section and you're right next to the smoking section, and air doesn't know where the line is, and so stuff stops.
There have been establishments where they were able to pay for ventilation systems that were very, very, very effective in solving that problem.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It can be done.
In a concert
setting
scenario, that's not going to work.
Right.
That doesn't work. So yes, in a
It depends on where you put the smoking section, to be honest. I mean, sure, you can argue that air doesn't care and the smoke will go everywhere, but at the same time, you can also argue that in our swimming pool scenario, I guarantee you some kids that are like 4 years old have pissed in that pool, okay, regardless of whether or not they're supposed to. And the reason that it smells like chlorine all the way to the next county over is because it is actually possible to mitigate that to a level that is not harmful to anybody, the same way that smoke over distance is going to dissipate to.
So in Colorado, we fixed that. In Colorado, what we have now is there's an agent in the pool that turns red if you pee, and it will stain you, and it will make a discoloration, and the lifeguard can blow the whistle and have everyone get out of the pool.
Why
What I
can't
can
they
do,
not do
I
something
can
like
do
that
the
for
Scarlet
drinks?
letter.
Why can't they do that like for drinks at bars in case you get roofied while you aren't looking? I mean,
Oh, actually,
Ooh.
did.
Ooh.
A few years back, I don't remember who the women were, but there were some young women, and they came up with some agent that they could basically test their drink and see if they've been roofied. And the weird part about it was not, which I thought was fantastic. The weird part of it is that some people, some other women gave them shit about it. And it's like, well, no, you're right. You shouldn't ever have to. No one has the right to put something in your drink, and you shouldn't have to worry about people doing it. But Jesus Christ, you shouldn't get mad at the people who invented the thing that would help that prevent it from happening. Gee, that. Yeah, but yeah. So it does exist.
What were the grounds for them getting angry about that? I'm just, like, where is
basically-
there an argument?
Basically, the idea was this: that you're putting the onus on the potential victim, and people felt that somehow that was justifying. It's like, no, it's not. It's like, no one's allowed to walk into my house. I'm in the basement now. No one's allowed to walk in my house, whether I lock the door or not. That doesn't mean that locksmiths are condoning, breaking and entering. I mean, it's so fucking stupid.
Sister Danger brought up chlorine, and Agent Doubt brought up pissing in pools. You ever open up a bottle of bleach and realize when you open that nice brand new bottle of bleach, your entire house doesn't stink of chlorine right away? And do you ever go near a pool and you notice how strong the chlorine smell is? You know why? Because the water is dirty. Chlorine,
It's interacting with the germ.
Chlorine smell is activated when the chlorine starts to break down because it's come into contact with contaminants. So when you go to somebody's house and they have a swimming pool and you want to go in the pool and it smells real bad with chlorine, it doesn't mean that the water is clean. It means the opposite. It means that the water is dirty. Just if you didn't know that about chlorine, a really strong chlorine smell means that the water is dirty.
I'm not too sure about that.
It's a breakdown of chlorine. Look it up.
I'll have to look that up. I'm not too.
I think that there's probably a balance there between the breakdown of chlorine and for sure, when you open a bottle of bleach, you can still smell the bleach, right?
Yeah.
It's not odorless entirely. So there's probably a balance between that scent being heightened by it interacting with the germs and whatnot. But then
that's a strong smell of chlorine.
Remember too, you got to understand diffusion. So when you first open the bottle, if you put your nose right over it, you're going to smell it. It takes time for those molecules to diffuse throughout the house. At the pool, those molecules have had hours and hours and hours to diffuse.
I don't watch this on YouTube while we're broadcasting. I see all the comments on the comment section on your You guys probably do the same thing.
Yep.
I hate that I can't comment on here to people in the thing.
Yeah, I know. I wish.
Yeah.
Phoenix Writer, yes.
You can
Thank
reply to them out loud.
Phoenix
Yeah, but
Writer.
sometimes it means breaking the conversation flow, and
Phoenix Writer was on my channel, on my videos, leaving comments gloating that the DNC was over. I was so upset, but I am in a way, but she was treating me like I was a Trumper.
Oh.
I don't even understand what's wrong with the DNC being over. Of course it's going to be over. It's not like
she was celebrating that it happened. She just the way that she was writing, I could tell she was probably dancing in her house. We have a strong party, she says.
You just reminded me. That's why I jumped back on real quick. Rob, I know that you've got a brother who you have had to put some distance between because he's a big Trump guy. Is that right? I was just informed reliably earlier this week that my own brother is going to be voting for Trump, and I have to talk to him. I don't know what I'm going to do. He's not a Trump guy. But he's voting for Trump in revenge because, for whatever reason, I haven't talked to him. This is just what my mom told me. But he's mad at the DNC. And my thing is, look, man. Okay, and I know Joe's off camera right now, and he's gonna boil when I say this. But dude, I'd rather you didn't vote at all than you vote for Trump. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you can't bring yourself to vote for Joe Biden, do what Michael said a few months ago and go register your disgust with a third party and say, here's a vote you lost, guys. Do that. Or if you can't vote for a third party, just don't fucking vote. Because a vote for Trump, in my humble opinion, less than humble opinion, it's a vote for fascism. We're already there with Trump, and it's only going to get worse if he gets 4 more years.
Is your brother anti-vote by mail like Trump says, or is he vote by mail like Trump does?
My brother doesn't. I don't know. I haven't talked to him yet. I really got to talk to him. I'm kind of desperate.
Because if he's waiting for election day, you could actually sabotage it by having a good drink with him the night before, just making sure. Roofie him. Just give him a roofie.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, last time around, I know my brother voted for Gary Johnson because he couldn't bring himself to vote for either one of the candidates. And like I said, I'd rather you did that than voted for Trump. I mean, if you can't to vote for the one I think you should vote for, then please don't vote for the evil guy with the fucking horns and the tail, because that's almost how I feel about Trump at this point. I mean, he literally does have no bottom and one evil ass thing after another. And I don't mean to bitch about the guy too much, actually, because it's more about how do you talk people down from this tree? Because it's like I say, it's not like he's a pro-Trump guy. He's pissed off at the DNC, and I don't even know where to go with that,
Well, I think the DNC was doing a good job of countering a lot of the reasons why Republicans would vote Republican.
Agreed. I absolutely agree.
There were a lot of segments that were not speaking to your average liberal. They were speaking to, why are you a Republican in the first place? If you're pro-business, here's some of the reasons you shouldn't be pro-Trump.
Yeah, I would agree with you. They did a lot of good selling points on there, and it was really interesting to see who they had. John Kasich, they had Colin Powell. I mean, that was really fascinating to me.
Yeah.
2 things.
I need to go watch these. I haven't watched them.
Actually, the convention was pretty good. 2 things. Okay. Pool smell, that chlorine pool smell, is not from chlorine, but it's from chloramines, which are chemical compounds created by the combination of chlorine and perspiration, oil, and urine. That's what makes that smell. So there's that.
Oh, man.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to say was, since we're talking about Trump, I want to change the subject. Is that okay?
Go for it.
Yes, but can I just respond to this, Paul, real fast
Yeah.
before you do? So actually, Paul, you thought I'd be boiling. I'm not, because yes, I would certainly rather have somebody vote third party or not at all than vote for Trump. I think like those are misguided things to do, but yeah, absolutely. Because if he thinks he's hurting the DNC, well, no, he's not hurting the DNC. He's hurting all of us. And I basically now I'm reached the point where I'm not even.
What?
Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah, I've reached the point where I'm not even. If I run into Trump types, or people that are like doing that, where they're going to vote for Trump out of spite, or they're going to vote third party out of spite, I just block them. I just out of hand. I have no fucking time for them anymore. I can't. My sanity can't handle it.
Can I ask a question before we change the topic too?
Yeah.
Like, can somebody just validate or invalidate my perspective that it seems like the people that just cannot get off the Trump cart, no matter what, are all older people, like older people, older than everyone here, old people. Like, I mean, is that just my perception?
No, I
don't think so.
No.
Yeah,
No?
It's definitely a trend. Like there seems to be a large number of them, but it's not like it's all. There are a lot of young, and I'd really.
There are some young people that do like Trump.
I don't understand the young.
Now they are mostly white.
When I went and filmed Bernie Sanders' rally, there was a sea of white hair in the crowd, and his base is young. But the politically active people that come up and show up to things.
But it's like all of
lot
it.
of
It's
them
not
are
even Trump.
Yeah.
It's like, it seems to me like every time I see people bitching about Black Lives Matter and it's All Lives Matter or Blue Lives Matter or whatever, and the people that just cannot grasp any of these concepts all seem to be geriatric. Just saying.
Well, I think what it is a larger percentage of the geriatrics think that way, It's not that the bulk of the people who think that way are that way, but most people.
Yeah, it's a generational thing. Yeah.
think that way.
That makes sense.
So there is some validity to it. I was going to stay on the Trump. Go ahead, Gizum. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say real quick, going just because we're going to go to a totally different subject, and I just wanted to mention that I think it's ridiculous that a lot of the places that out of the states that ban smoking in public inside public places, I think it's ridiculous that they're trying to ban vaping. Trying to cite the same reasons, because vaping, there's not a secondhand smoke issue with vaping.
I mean, I totally agree. Actually, I think banning vaping is dumb. Like, I don't know. I don't even know. I feel like I missed that whole conversation, but I agree with whatever Kazum just said.
See, now I wanted to. Okay, so 2 things. I keep doing
Again, 2 things again. It's gonna be the 2 things night.
yeah, it's 2 things night. Everybody remember that. 2 things. Michael just reminded me of something else, so I got 3 things, but no, 2 things. Vaping, the bans. I think what Michael was saying about Ulteria, whatever it was.
Ultria, yeah.
Ultria, yeah, that's valid. But I also think that there is a bias against a certain kind of person who vapes. Like, I think there's this prejudice against the bro dogs that use the big giant rigs and blow the big giant things of smoke. So I think there's a prejudice against them, and it's an attempt to keep them from filling up your establishment with cotton candy flavored clouds. So I think that that's part of it. I could be wrong, but I think that is part of it.
Joe, does that remind you of how they used black people to make cannabis illegal?
What?
Interesting.
It's interesting.
No, not really. Not
They're
really.
like, you don't want those black people smoking their wacky tobacco in your establishment. You should make this illegal. That was a big part of why cannabis is illegal, is they associated it with black people.
Well, although a lot of times we just weren't allowed in the first place, so you know.
So, but the other thing I wanted to talk about is Trump related, but Melania Trump. And this is a small minor thing that I bitched about on Facebook earlier, and it is a small minor thing. And I don't think anybody should get really too caught up in it because it's such a small thing, but I think it speaks to a much larger issue. Okay. She basically kind of destroyed the rose garden.
Oh, I heard about that.
She pulled all the rose bushes out of the rose garden.
Yes.
And in like 1963 or something, whatever, 1961, whatever, Jackie Kennedy had planted crabapple trees. She pulled them out. There's no color left in the rose garden. Everything is green and white. So all the tulips and all the flowers, it's all gone. She pulled it all out. She put concrete walkways in. It's very institutional looking. It's very sanitized. It's very governmental looking, like you would expect outside your DMV, which the White House is a government building, but it's also
very
a home.
Albert Spears looking. Is that what you mean to say? Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a small. The first family, they're entitled to. They have the right to do what they want to do with the grounds of the White House to suit their needs. But one of the reasons why she did it, well, there's a couple of reasons. Like, one was that she had to be, or that the rose garden was not ADA compliant. So they made the rose garden ADA compliant. Fine, good, right? New lighting, concrete walkways, that kind of stuff. It's all ADA compliant. But they could have done that without removing apple trees that have been there for 50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they
60,
at least, they
so
didn't kill them, did they? Did they at least put them someplace? Like,
no, they just got rid of them. So there's that, right? Now, again, it's not a major thing, but I think it speaks to a larger issue with them, and that is they have no respect, they have no reverence, no value for anything, and they have no concept of history or their place in it.
Right.
I mean, most likely Trump isn't going to win the election. Most likely. Please. Y'all just watched an atheist give a little prayer, just so you. Um, that's how bad it is.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Most likely he's not going to win. So here they are at the end of their time in the White House, and she's making these big major changes to the Rose Garden, which is,
no rose garden now.
and there's no roses, and it's a historical. And also she could make a political speech from a federal building, which isn't even really. It's questionably, the legality of it is questionable. And it's just like, I can't wait until these sociopaths are gone.
Well, I like what Marcus said in the comments there. Destroyed history, some might say, and I think that's a big part of it. See, here's the problem for despots. Despots are desperate to either destroy or distort history so that they can remake it any way they want, so they can create the dear leader. North Korea is the perfect example. I mean,
yes.
into the rhetoric. I mean, you would think that that North Korea sprang out of the arse of Kim Il Sung, in 1933, and if you say otherwise, bad things will happen to you.
Yep.
So it's just like Trump supporting the Confederate statues, which of course don't teach history; they distort history.
Couldn't she just have redecorated a bedroom or something like that? I mean, why does she have to tear out Jackie O's stuff? I mean, Jackie's stuff in particular. Jackie used to have the reputation of the most elegant first lady in history until Michelle Obama, anyway. So yeah,
Peach and I were talking about that. We were just like, I mean, there are people in our history, for whatever reason, we bestow upon them, the special place in our culture and in our society. I mean, there are people that you just kind of don't fuck with. You know what I mean? I mean, George Washington, any of the founding fathers, Abraham Lincoln, the Kennedys. I mean, you just don't. It's something you don't fuck with.
Yeah.
And people didn't care so much that Melania had done all the work in the Rose Garden. Again, it's her. For now, it's her yard. She can do what she wants with it. But they were upset that she had pulled out Jackie's trees. And it's like, yeah, you're fucking with a piece of history from the most beloved first lady until Michelle Obama. I think Michelle Obama is either probably edging Jackie out or a second to Jackie. And that was when Trump's first moved in. There was a fear that she was going to get rid of the vegetable garden.
Well, the sheer hypocrisy too, right? Like from the mouth of the same president who's like, preserve history with those statues, but tear up the trees. Like what?
Right. And it turned out that the White House stopped paying for the upkeep of the vegetable garden, and a private company, Burpee Seeds, they're paying. They're giving the government money to pay to keep Michelle Obama's vegetable garden growing.
Nice.
Oh wow.
Because the Trumps decided they didn't want it.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the thing, and again, there's a parallel, and it's that right-wing mind. To me, it's analogous to when Reagan came in. He removed the solar panels that Jimmy Carter had put on the White House.
That's right.
Because Carter's big thing was, hey, here I am promoting alternative energy, so it's going to start with me. The buck stops with me, and I'm going to lead by example, and I'm going to show this is what we need to do. And literally, the first modification done to the White House when Reagan came in was removing. They actually started removing the panels like on the 21st of January.
Yeah,
because he was just like, "Oh, these are bullshit." And so, and of course, what did that say? That basically that set the tone. For what the country was going to do, and it
set the tone for the conversation that continues today.
Right, and they can't just build on to what's there. They have to tear it down and destroy. It's really disgusting, and that's why I got no. Somebody said to me yesterday, "Oh, well, you block so many people and you cut so many people out." I'm like, "Yeah, because I can't abide them. It's either block them or kill them or kill myself because I can't fucking deal with this world anymore." That where you would have a large segment of the population whose entire raison d'etre is literally hurting people, is it's owning the libs. That's our job. We don't give a fuck what Trump does. We don't care if he never builds a thing. He doesn't ever actually have to deliver on the wall. He doesn't actually have to deliver on his promises. As long as he's upsetting a bunch of people, we're happy.
I really want to explore that a little bit, actually, because we all kind of agree, at least I think most of us kind of agree, that owning libs is far too important to a lot of people, right? Far too important. And I'd like to explore why. Why? I mean, where does that come from, and why does it sustain itself? What's so bad about wanting free healthcare and free education?
That's not what people are scared of, though. People are scared that some of the things that people at college campuses are saying will come into
No,
fruition.
I don't think that's
what
not
people
it at
are
all.
scared of.
I think people are scared of the socialism thing, which is free college and free Medicare, shit like that.
Part of it. No, you know what it is? It's
I'd love to
Kazoom.
know.
It's Kazoom, and it's me.
Ah, yes,
Us.
yes,
It's
Yeah.
us. We
Yeah.
live differently. We love differently.
yes.
It's bigotry. When it comes right down to it, when people talk about owning the libs, it's always followed up with things like soy boy,
Mhm.
snowflakes, pansy, pussy. It's gay hatred. At the
That-
core of it, it's gay hatred. It's
that
Kazoom.
and the sanctuary cities. Like somebody today, a friend of a friend, who was bringing up, like, explain to me why these things are good. And what did they bring up? Sanctuary cities, open borders. They brought up defunding the police. And first off, nobody is arguing for open borders. That's complete horseshit. And they brought up free healthcare. I'm like, okay, can you please explain to me what is bad about free at the point of delivery healthcare? Where, I mean, I felt like I was channeling Marissa Tomei from My Cousin Vinny, talking about
Let's say,
oh my
let's say
God,
the
it's a nightmare.
I don't
Joe-
see that many people arguing. I don't see people getting pissed off about universal health care. I
run
don't.
into it all the
Oh
time.
God,
Joe-
there's been lots of
I,
violence.
Joe, I think it has something to do with you two, not just Kazoom and Rob.
Oh, fucking yeah.
Because
Oh yeah.
because the question was from Paul, what is Republicans' obsession with owning people? And I was like,
Oh, zing!
Well, and going back to the statues, that goes right back to it. And basically, and because the statues are all about white people saying, okay, Negro, you're not in chains, but don't even fucking think you're equal to me.
So early in the night, we did it. It's so early in the night. Full circle. Very well done, guys. Well done.
But there's one thing I had to say though too is there are people that are arguing for open borders.
Anyone that actually of consequence, like anyone in Congress, anyone running for office.
I mean, it hasn't even AOC argued essentially for
No.
open borders.
Nothing I would recognize as open
There
borders.
are arguments that are made saying that there should be easier pathways, and and there are people that will say things and bring up like that national borders, as we know them and understand them now, are an antiquated idea, and they are in an ever increasingly connected world. The way that we think about what a citizen is and the way we think about nationalities is kind of antiquated, and I think we're getting close to the time where we really need to start thinking about the human race in a different way and less divided. But that isn't the same as saying, hey, we should just get rid of all of the borders like now.
Right.
I think people talk about it as a way that
Well, I mean,
I just wanted to say to Kazoom really quickly. Kazoom, I personally don't travel in the same internet circles that you do, so you're probably more exposed to this kind of thing than I am. Having said that, I've never actually heard anybody arguing for open borders, but I've heard a lot of conservatives arguing against it, as if there's this chorus of people arguing for it. Frankly, I haven't really come across anyone actually arguing for open borders, because open borders means you basically don't really have a country. Open borders are like the way it is between, say, Oregon and California or whatever.
I would like to advocate for travel, that everyone should travel. And I will say the 40% of people who have never left our country ever and don't have a passport, and the 11% of people who have never left their home state correlate to being Republican.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
That's the thing. The right wing keeps attacking fears. They basically project. They're afraid of open borders, so to them, they hear a more open policy, and they equate that with open borders. But as Paul said, we have open borders here. The thing is, when you go in Europe now, to emigrate to any of the EU countries is actually not easy. They have strict rules. I know this because here in the house we're looking at possibly doing that, moving to Ireland, moving to France. So we're looking through this, and basically there's Schengen zone countries and non-Schengen zone countries. And the Schengen zone countries, it's difficult to actually move there, but to go there just to visit. I mean, you go from place to place. You fly. I flew to Germany, and we drove to the Netherlands. There's not a border station. There's not even a line. Literally, the only way I knew I was in a new country is that the sign changed color a little bit. And you know, the Dutch is a slightly different language than German, so you can see it in the words. But that was it. And no one they're not freaking out. But you know, to move. To emigrate from one to another is still not instantaneous. I mean, there's still rules, and there the border is unguarded.
Well, a lot of the people who what they're speaking against when it comes to saying they're against open borders, they're against decriminalizing coming over the border without documents.
But it's not a crime to come over the border without documents.
It is.
No,
it's not.
It's just that once you get here, you have to register and apply for a place to apply for asylum or whatever. But the thing,
hold on.
how you get here is irrelevant.
If I come over the border, because
once you come over the border, you have 100 days to apply for asylum, refugee status, citizenship, what have you.
Yeah.
For some of those things, like asylum, for instance, you have to be in the country already to apply for it.
Right.
So coming into the country without documentation is not a crime. The right wing keeps saying that it is, but the Supreme Court has ruled on this many times over the last 200 years, and every time they come up with the same answer. Coming into the United States without documentation is not a crime. The crime ends up happening when you overstay the amount of time you have to apply, or if you do have paperwork. Illegal immigrants end up becoming illegal immigrants because they overstayed their paperwork. But the coming into the country is not a crime, which is why so many people were pissed off about all the stuff that Trump was doing on the border. What he was doing, what we were doing on the border, that was a crime. It was a violation of U.S. law and international law. But coming to this country is not a crime.
Well, I just did a quick search. It's let's see, is illegally crossing the border a felony? And it's not a felony, but it is a misdemeanor. The first offense is a misdemeanor according to the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, which prohibits non-nationals from entering or attempting to enter the United States at any time or place which has not been designated by an immigration officer, and also prohibits non-nationals from eluding inspection by, and I'd have to go to the whole article, but it is a misdemeanor. It's not a felony.
There's a qualifier in there that you just read. Basically, it's illegal to do it at places not designated. And that's the reason why Trump closed the border stations, because that would be the legal entry point, and he basically closed them. So they said, now screw you. Now there's no legal entry point.
Yes, but the thing is, earlier, some of you were saying that it's not illegal to come over, in any way, and I'm just like, well, it is if you come over in an area that's not a designated border. It's not a felony, but it is a crime.
Okay, so if someone, in your eyes, Kazoo, if someone were to come by plane the way most of our immigrants do come, if they came by plane and they hadn't made arrangements beforehand to get a visa, would you then say that they're immediately illegal?
Well, no, but they also at that point, they would already, even at the very least, have a passport.
They would have to go.
Do you think that everyone who gets on a plane has a passport?
when you're traveling to another,
Internationally,
I've never traveled to another country, but I assumed that in order to even get on the plane, you have to show your passport.
There are 11 different countries who would take us without visa or passport. Well, pre-COVID.
Right.
Well, yeah.
Well, that would take us, but so I have never actually traveled anywhere where it was not required that I have a passport, and then also leaving the country and coming back into the country, at least in the United States. But okay, well, in the United States, though, if you're going to an airport,
in the United States, and I can explain you right now.
no, but you have to go through immigrations when you get here. You don't just
No. Okay, so I lived in Buffalo 20 years ago. People crossed from the U.S. into Canada and Canada into the United States. Pre 9/11, before we changed the security requirement, people crossed that border constantly, no passport.
Sure.
That was me.
I also did that, yes.
I've been to Canada. I've never had a passport. I've been to Italy, Germany, the UK. I had a military ID. That's all I had. I had a driver's license.
Right.
I have never owned a passport. I need to get one.
Wow. Like that's
I have what's the exact name of it? It's like a land passport. I have a passport where I can go to Mexico or Canada by land.
Yeah. We have those here in Washington. It's the enhanced ID as well that's supposed to allow you. So I have an enhanced ID and also a passport. But I guess that unless you are going, say, by like a charter plane where you're not, going through like the FAA and all of the good things, you're whoop, 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 and landing someplace that is perhaps illicit in some way, shape, or form, right? Which I guess I would think that would be considered illegal point of entry. But if you're going through a regular airport, I've literally I didn't even know you could travel without a passport internationally ever. And it's not like I just traveled last year for the first time, So
I mean,
I'm surprised by that.
But here's the thing, and I pointed out to somebody today, same conversation I was talking about earlier. So prior to, and I forget when exactly it was, but it was sometime in the 20th century, most immigrants that came here, probably everybody on this panel, our ancestors came here with no passport, with no documentation. That was normal. Normal.
Back then, like none of that is what we're talking about, though.
The whole point is that the right wing thing is like, oh, the sky will fall and society will cease to exist if people come without documentation. And that was the standard. That was common. That happened all the time. And so it's to me hypocritical if you say, okay, well, my ancestors, they'll say, oh, my ancestors came in the Mayflower, or my people came through Ellis Island. Yeah, well, they came without papers. So how come?
But just some of my whole point though was that when people mention open borders and they say that there's people arguing for open borders, their assumption of what people mean by open borders is to decriminalize coming over the border, with coming over the areas that are not designated.
They're not designated.
So, here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. But here's the problem with that, though. Because every person I ever heard say that about open borders, they always start out with illegal immigrants, and then they start attacking legal immigration. And so that's why, to me, it's a smokescreen. Because look at Trump. What did he do? Not only did he go after so-called illegals, but he attacked legal immigration, and he continues to attack legal. Let's ban this country. Let's make it difficult from that country.
He deported American vets.
Well, so
he also called into question the nationality of the president, even after it was proven. The point that they're getting to is to create a class of people that are illegal. Right. And anybody who is across our border who hasn't crossed yet, they basically see them as pre-illegal. Right? There's a pipeline there in their minds. Us and them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the core of it is. How do we get to classify all of these people that are the wrong color as illegal?
And that's the
That's
big
why
thing.
we say undocumented as much as we can instead of
Right.
illegal alien. We
Because
say undocumented.
because especially if you look at it, because there are limits about from immigration from various countries, how many visas from each country, and the you would think that there would actually be more visas for the countries that border us because they're right next to us. They don't have to fly; they can just cross. But actually, we have very minuscule amounts of legal visas available for people coming from Central and South America. And this is flat out bigotry.
And there's the southern border creates so many sticky and very sloppy, and there's like no neat anything with it because of the Constitution, because of Supreme Court rulings, and because of the law that Kazum just read, and because we have this long-standing thing about, like, you have, I think it was 100 days to register and everything else, and the fact that you can't apply for asylum until you're in the country. And if you're applying for asylum to come into the country, you won't be able to get into the country because you're applying for asylum. So you have to sneak in. So because of all of those different things, it is a very sticky situation down there. It's really hard to really parse. Like what Kazum was saying, he's not wrong. But at the same time, we do have an asylum registration process. And in order to apply for it, you have to be here.
Well, plus the fact that, because for political reasons, it's interesting that the same people that are worried about open borders don't seem to mind when it's Cubans because of the whole Cuba. We have the embargo against Cuba and we hate Cuba. So Cuban dissidents, they actually get fast tracked.
Well, Cubans tend to be a little bit more on the conservative side, though.
Right.
They're very religious and they're conservative. So, I mean, a lot of the right wingers, they like Cubans.
My personal experience with this is my stepmother tried to get her sister the ability to visit on a visa, just to visit, and she was denied for 20 years. And they applied more than a handful of times over 20 years just to get her sister the ability to visit, right? When my own sister was dying of lymphoma, I basically exploited her dying to get my Aunt Gladys the ability to visit from Panama. And now that she has visited and gone back within the time limit, now she can get visas forever because she's proven that she's not coming here to live. On all of her declined statements, it said the reason why we're not approving this visa is because you don't have significant ties to your own country. She had her kids and her grandkids, and she was the primary caregiver for her grandkids while her kids went to work. She was the one at home watching all of her grandkids, and we weren't asking for the whole family to visit, just her. And for 20 years they denied her, and only the death of my sister was
Wow.
a big enough reason for them to say, okay, we'll grant it this once. Now she's been back like every 2 years. Because she proved one time that she was able to return.
It's weird how sometimes the laws seem to be like unevenly applied like that. I mean, there seems to be a hierarchy of rules and hoops that we have to jump through, and if we successfully jump through the hoops, you might get more preferential treatment. And I think that's unfortunate. I just want to say, while we're talking about immigration and open borders and the wall and everything, at some point, I hope we can pick up the whole the scandal this week about the Build the Wall Fund and Bannon and all that. I'm going to let Sister Danger back on and keep you guys going, but I hope we can work the way from where we are to that, because I got a lot I want to say about that later.
Yeah. Right. I think Kazum, like one thing I like about when people come over the border, and one of the things that they want to do to one of the reasons why they don't want people to come in is once you're on U.S. territory, not even necessarily physically in the States, but U.S. territory, the Constitution now applies to you.
Right.
The Constitution applies to every single person alive, whether they're a citizen or not, as long as they're on American soil. So even if it's a territory, American territory, we're one of our colonies, because they're colonies. Let's just be real about it. They're colonies. If you make it there, even if you get there illegally, no matter how you got there, You are now protected by the Constitution.
Right.
So that's why there's this big push about people saying, "Oh, they want open borders and they're illegals. These people are illegals." No, they're not illegal. They're undocumented. They're not illegal. But that's why.
Well, and to Rob's point, I've heard, and it's come up when it comes to anyone who's an immigrant who's committed a crime, and certainly with the terrorism thing, and they say, well, you want to give constitutional rights to non-citizens. I'm like, the Constitution already did that. I mean, nowhere does it say that those rights are enumerated only to citizens. The only thing in there that has anything to do with citizenship is voting. But yeah, it literally just said persons, and it leaves it at that.
Now, earlier I talked about not many people having a problem with universal health care in general, having a serious problem with it. There is an instance where people do seem to have a problem with it, and that's if we give universal health care to people who are undocumented. That's been a concern. And when there were the debates, all of the candidates had said, yes, they'll give Medicare for all to illegal, to undocumented people.
I could be wrong, but I think other countries that have a single payer system or universal health care, non-citizens aren't denied care, but I don't think they get the same treatment as, and Paul would know better than me.
I lived in the UK for 31 years and was treated as if I was a native citizen according to the laws there, and that includes the healthcare system. Even before I had a chance to sufficiently get enough tax revenue of my own into the system was already there for me from day one, right? And within the first year of my moving there, I got made redundant, which means laid off. Basically, I got made redundant twice in the first year, and I had a brand new baby, So I had to go on government benefits when my child was an infant. And when I became a single parent, my kids were only 3 and 2 years old. So they weren't even old enough to go to school. So I completely couldn't work. I had no support network, and I was 100% reliant on government benefits that I hadn't even been there long enough to contribute to. Obviously, since then, I worked and I paid my taxes and everything and blah, blah, blah. And I've contributed to the system. But I'm here to tell you that even if I never go back, I have taken more out of the healthcare system than I ever could have possibly put in myself. Just on the basis alone that when my son was 10, he had appendicitis. He spent 4 days in intensive care. He nearly died twice in the 14 days he was there. They saved my kid's life. I've spoken to one of my friends who's a nurse here in the USA in Oregon. And I described the care that he got, and she said it would cost minimum $250,000 to $500,000 to get that kind of care here. And I went in there, I signed a release basically saying I'm not going to sue the hospital if my kid dies. That's the only thing I had to sign, because he was nearly dead when he got there, frankly. We barely saved his life, But I didn't have to reach into my pocket. There's no co-payment. There's no nothing. And if I had to pay for that, it would have ruined my business. We would have had to sell our house, which we owned outright. We would have had to mortgage the whole thing, and it would have been the money would have gone to save his life. So it's obviously worth it. But how much more worth it is it to have a system where you can get a cold or cancer, and they're there for you, and you don't have to worry about reaching into your pocket or asking anybody for a loan or going into debt or any of it. You don't have to think about. Am I going to have to declare bankruptcy or any of that shit? You don't have to have multiple insurance policies, So from my point of view, the single payer or universal health care, however it's administered, because in some countries it's not single payer. Like in France, I think they do it by the government just pays the bill. Whereas in the UK, the government it administers the health service. They don't run the healthcare in the sense they don't make the healthcare decisions. They leave that to the professionals in the industry, right? But they actually, like the hospital buildings, well, once upon a time anyway, they were all owned by the government. All the stuff in them was owned by the government. All the people were employed by the government. But because they've been trying to privatize it for a long time now, it doesn't work that way anymore, like it should. Anyway, I'm going to get Joe back on, but I just want to answer the questions there. Feel free to go.
You were documented, though. You were documented when you got that care. What the concern from some people is that
nobody ever asked me for my documentation. I was documented, yes, but nobody ever asked me for that. Not once.
Right. I was going to ask, like, if you were on vacation, how would they know the difference between you living there or you're on vacation? But if they never ask for documentation, then they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, and what comes right down to this is that there's the part of it is the canard. Again, another right wing canard that people who are here undocumented are not contributing, and that's a lie. It's a double lie, and the two lies is first they do, unless you're getting paid under the table, they are paying tax. They are paying payroll taxes, and it's worse because they can't actually file. So if they overpay, they can't even get a refund. Secondly, those that are getting paid under the table, usually because they're getting paid below minimum wage, which means that they're contributing labor that they're not getting compensated for. So that's the reason why lettuce is 79 cents a head and not $4.
And they're also paying some taxes, though, because they spend their money. They're paying sales tax.
Because your sales tax. That's the thing. So that's one thing that I never hear the right wing acknowledge is that what's the financial contribution of people that are undocumented that they basically labor that they never get compensated for because they can't be. And again, that was literally I can't. I wish I could find the thing, but I remember seeing a long time ago that lettuce would literally be $4 a head if you had to pay American scale to pick it. But we don't. So we're all getting the benefit from effectively a cheap labor force with no political power. And then we complain about the little bit of dribs and drabs that they get. And quite frankly, as an employer, I'm like, look, yeah, I don't care where they're from. We should take care of people, and it's actually good for business. And again, think of all the businesses. Because here's the thing: we know if undocumented workers weren't getting paid less than American citizens, they wouldn't have jobs. We would just hire American citizens to do the work, but we don't. And so they are contributing. So these companies are getting a windfall because they're not paying people scale wages, and we as consumers are getting cheaper prices on consumer goods because we're underpaying people. So we built up an underclass who have no political power. They have very little access to most of the benefits of society, and yet we pretend that they do, and then hold it against them.
Yeah, it's what we're allowing is practically slave labor in that regard.
Yes.
And to me, if we were to really want to take care of illegal immigration, or however you want to word it, it would be to go after the employers.
Yes.
And Republicans never want to do that.
No. Exactly, and that's what shows how they're full of shit. Because if they really if you started fining, because it's already on. That's the thing. On paper, they could fine companies into oblivion if they wanted to, but they don't enforce those laws because that would hurt the business owners that are exploiting the people. Because that's the thing. I have every employee that I hire. I have to keep on file an I-9 form. Interestingly enough, the I-9 form is basically when you show that they're proof that they're eligible to work in the United States. I file it. I don't send it in. I don't register this with the state or the federal government. I just have it on file. So if immigration shows up, that I can show them, here, I took the time to look. But they don't actually want that paperwork in, because if I actually had to send the paperwork in and then it was under scrutiny, they'd find the people that were here undocumented and working illegally, and then the companies would get fined, and they don't want to do that. So that's why I don't listen to anything right-wingers have to say on immigration, because I know it's a lie. It's a complete lie. It's a way to build an underclass and give them no political power, and that's exactly what it is. It's slave labor Mark II.
If like, let's say Birdseye, right? They save a couple of $1 million in a year that they're not paying a citizen, because they can get away with paying cheap labor. They can take half of that money and they use that. They donate that to Republican candidates in order to buy their votes to help protect their businesses. Right. So that's why they never go after the employers.
Here's a good example I just thought of years ago. I used to do business when I was working for other people. I did business at L'Oreal. Y'all know L'Oreal, huge multinational conglomerate over here in Clark, New Jersey. I would do work in there, and a lot of the line workers were Hispanic. When I would go in and out, I would see vans pulling up vans for the employment agencies that would show up with 8 to 10, usually women, who they were driving to work. What fucking employment agency rides their employees to work? They don't. The reason why is because basically they pay the agencies directly and not the employees, so that gets rid of any obligation from L'Oreal to check their immigration status. So these people come in and they're nameless. L'Oreal has no record that they ever hired this person. The employment agency is just paying them for so many employees. So you know they're here illegally. They're undocumented, because if they weren't, they would come in as normal, because L'Oreal does hire people through agencies as individual contractors, and they all actually get paid by L'Oreal directly.
Right, there's a Shiseido International, it's another cosmetics company. My ex-boyfriend, Ozzy, he was actually a big shot in that company. He started pretty low and he worked his way. He started managing the warehouse. He worked his way up to be one of the directors in Shiseido America. Made good money. Anyway, he told me about how they would have a bunch of usually Mexican or Dominican guys that were hired by the temp agency, and they came in a couple of vans every single day, and they worked the pick lines, and they barely spoke any English at all, which is why he was hired when he was first hired, because he was bilingual and he was Puerto Rican, so he was a citizen, and so that was somebody that the company could hire and pay as a regular employee because they're a citizen, and he could work his way up, and he could at the same time deal with the undocumented people that were working in the warehouse.
Right.
It's pretty common practice with a lot of these companies.
10 years ago in Louisiana, I saw buses that would come up to Walmart and they would park, and they were full of Mexican laborers. They would get out, go shop at Walmart, get everything they needed. But there was a guy on that bus whose job was to make sure that they all made it back on the bus. And they were from some farm that had an illegal camp full of Mexican laborers. And they were kind of enforcing, you get off the bus, you buy whatever it is you need, and then you get back on the bus and we're going back to the farm. It is slave labor.
Yeah. Well, in fact, if it was last year or the year before, I think it was Tyson Foods got raided. Some of the farms that produce for Tyson Foods.
I remember that.
So they rounded up a bunch of undocumented people. They arrested the plant manager. Didn't find Tyson. Didn't arrest any of the upper management. They just picked some scapegoat of middle management and arrested them, but didn't find Tyson, even though they could have fined them in thousands of dollars, because it's like, I forget how much it is, but it's like a per head kind of thing.
This is how you know that all talk of the wall is inherently racist, because the people in power and the people in the business owners who are exploiting workers, both of them obviously have no problem with illegal immigration. They have to have this wall as a symbol, because the wall is, it barely even qualifies as a dog whistle as far as I'm concerned, but I'm biased, and I admit my bias, right? Having said that, it seems to me that this, like you just said, Joe, they don't have a problem with the people actually being here doing the work. What they have a problem is the image of them not having a problem with it. That's what they have a problem. They have to portray that they're really pissed off and angry about it, because it appeals to this sort of either xenophobic or racist instinct, depending on which way you want to, color that in.
My ex had a friend from Honduras. He was college educated in his country. He was a teacher. He was a professor. He came here illegally, paid a coyote to get him here. And he came, why New Jersey? I don't have a fucking idea, but he came to New Jersey, of all fucking places to go. Came to New Jersey. Anyway, I was with Ozzy 9 years. In the 9 years that I was with him, his friend Guido was deported 3 times, and all 3 times within a couple of weeks he was back, and every single time he paid a coyote to get him back.
Right.
And he did all of his paperwork to become legal. He did all of his paperwork while here, mailed it to his family in Honduras, who then mailed it back to the United States to the government to work on his paperwork. So, I mean, he was a nice guy. When it comes to people like Guido, I'm gonna fall into the camp of people like Kazum was talking about. He was a criminal. What he was doing was wrong. It was wrong. Not to say that the rules that exist will work, because they won't work, because they don't work for most people. There are people that are on waiting lists and are expected to be on waiting lists longer than they're going to be alive. But that doesn't mean just because you have the means to pay a coyote, you should do that. But yeah, I mean, so that's my Guido story.
Well, and actually, the thing, I have way more problem with the coyotes, because the coyotes again are exploiters. In fact, every once in a while you hear about some coyotes. They because people that they bring, they pay them, and they take the people's money, and sometimes they've been known to just leave a truck full of people in the baking sun and just leave them for dead because they got their money and fuck it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and actually, here's the other thing too that the right wing doesn't complain about, which I find more than mildly ironic. So they'll complain about the person who comes here illegally, and they'll also complain about the person who comes here legally, by the way. But they have zero problem with the jobs getting outsourced, which is the same thing. It's just about whether or not they live here or they live there. So it's again more hypocrisy. So that's a slave labor.
But
before.
Joe, you know why they do why they have an issue with the people that are here. They can use those people to make arguments to scare their base, so they can vote for them. They're those outsourcing jobs, whatever. I mean, the company's going to do what they're going to do. Hey, it's a free country. We can't make that company stay here. But those brown people, if they come over the border, they're going to want health care, and you're going to pay for that. They're going to have babies, and now they're anchor babies, and we can't kick a baby out.
And they might not even speak the language or have other culture or whatever. Meanwhile, this was always ever.
I've actually heard this argument. Wear and tear on the roads.
Oh shit.
I have heard this as an argument against immigration. The roads are going to have to be repaired more frequently. Well, then maybe you can hire some of these immigrants then to work on the roads. I mean, it's a ridiculous.
Well,
especially could we get some of these politicians who are concerned about the wear and tear on the roads to actually spend some money on the roads?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Right now.
At Michigan, we absolutely would love that.
Well, wait. COVID. I am sorry. I remember saying at the beginning of the quarantine, I remember saying on this show, this is a perfect opportunity to fix the infrastructure in our country. People aren't going to be on the roads. Everybody's going to be locked in.
True.
We spend money. We can fix the roads and the electrical grid. Our power goes out here all the time. Our cable, which is our internet, goes out almost every day. I'm in New fucking Jersey. This ain't Alabama.
Where you live in New Jersey, you might as well be in Alabama. But that's to your point that the infrastructure still sucks, even in fucking New Jersey.
Even in New Jersey, yeah. I mean, I look up and I'm looking up at the busiest airspace on the planet. But I can't watch MSNBC without the channel buffering for 15 minutes.
And Rob lives like an hour from me, if that.
Oh wow.
With traffic, actually, this time of night I could get to his house in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
I drive fast, but
I could go visit Paul in about 40 minutes if he wasn't so dirty from visiting all the other states with COVID.
Yeah, something I've wondered about. I mean, you mentioned outsourcing a little bit ago, and it makes me wonder why haven't any of the candidates, like when during the debates, why didn't Hillary even in 2016? Why aren't Democrats addressing the issue of outsourcing, like talking about penalizing companies for outsourcing more than a certain percentage of their workforce? I think it's weird that the Democrats don't don't focus on that. The Republicans say they focus on it. Oh, we'll give them tax breaks or something, but the Democrats don't seem to do anything about outsourcing.
I have an idea about that. It's because they're not looking at it as a zero-sum game. Like, if we have the work in the other country, then we can't have it here. What they're looking at is, don't hate on other countries for having factory laborers and whatnot. Just be concerned with yourself as to whether or not you can get your own workers employed.
Right.
Every country deserves to have work in it. And if we all travel to other countries, we would agree with not hating on other countries for getting a little for themselves. It's not that there's just one set amount of work to be done.
They do talk about it, but they don't focus on it. Like a Zoom, right? What was one of the words you used was really important. Why don't they focus on it? No, they don't focus on it. And like Michael was saying, there's those reasons. But I mean, also, I think one of the and I don't know, I doubt that they do anything about this, but one of the things that I've heard Democrats say is that these workers that are making products to be sold in America should be paid as if they were working in America. So, I mean, there is not a big movement, but there is some movement to try to get American companies that manufacture overseas to have their factories and their plants up to snuff to American standards. So like, you can't have like that fire, was it in Bangladesh where all those people died, the factory that went up, where you don't have that kind of thing happening. And also, they tried to do, again, not a huge movement, but they try to do some messaging to the people there, telling them, yeah, you should demand more money.
Well, actually, Obama, when Obama ran, he did actually, that was one of the things that they did talk about. He said, at least, just because the way the tax code is actually written, if you outsource, there's tax benefits to doing it. So he talked about getting rid of the tax benefits. Biden, in his plan, it's just an article in Politico from July 9th of this year. Part of his plan to rebuild the economy and bring jobs is cracking down on outsourcing.
It should be a Republican strategy, but it's actually in practice a Democrat strategy. But if we have work that's outsourced, it actually serves a purpose to industrialize that nation, and then we can sell them other products that are distinctly American that they're going to want to buy.
And if you raise the standard of living in those countries, and there's more people working and everything, they will start demanding more money. Then it becomes unprofitable for an American company to stay there. And we've seen this happen. That's why companies end up moving their operations from country to country to country, because their workforce that they were paying pennies are now saying, no, it's not good enough. I want more.
Well, it's not unprofitable. It's just not egregiously profitable, right?
Right. So, but some of the thinking is some of these companies will then eventually pack up and come home. Masterlock was one that it happened to, where they could no longer operate as egregiously profitable as they were, and they ended up moving a lot of their operations back to the United States. And politicians were like, cheering that as a victory for them. So, not really. Masterlock had been doing their thing overseas for so long, they ran out of markets to exploit. It no longer became as profitable. It's cheaper at that point to stay home. But that's
and actually that was one of the arguments, and a true argument from NAFTA. And it actually did happen, because I remember way back, because we're talking, like 94 now, or like a million years ago.
Back in the day.
They were talking about, like, there was this broom factory in Louisiana that was good, most likely closed. It did close ultimately, because it just was not economical to make brooms in Louisiana versus making them in Mexico. And so those jobs did go away, and that was one they were talking about. Well, this is one of the side effects, but the other one is what you said. Now, what's interesting, the number of businesses that left the United States to go to Mexico because Mexican labor was cheaper, and then left Mexico to go to the Far East because Mexico was no longer, again, as egregiously profitable. So actually NAFTA did work from that perspective. It did actually happen. It's just that we didn't have, and that, unfortunately, that's what the TPP was supposed to be. But we're not in it. So,
rising tides lift all boats, but at different rates. So those companies, they end up going country to country. The companies rather go country to country to country until they run out of places to go. Go ahead.
Joe, which one of us is the racist? me for believing that Mexico has superior broom technology, or you for not believing it?
We haven't established it as.
Can I swap out with Goth really fast? I have to actually go help wipe down groceries coming into the house, so I'll be gone for like 15, 20 minutes or something. So,
Okay.
Well, to your point, Michael, we've never established that I think that I don't believe that Mexican broom technology is superior. You've made this up, my friend.
So
I just
now
wanna
we're in
say-
Schrodinger's racist mode here. We don't know whether you are or not.
So
But you see, actually, if you notice, when I said that making brooms in Mexico was more economical. So the thing is, if I thought the Mexican brooms were inferior, then I would argue that it wasn't necessarily more economical to make it there, because if you're making an inferior product, you can't sell them for as much. Maybe you don't sell it as many. So you've made an assumption, my friend, that was incorrect.
I will say that as soon as you said broom technology, I thought of Earl. Remember Earl the redneck?
I remember.
Yes, I do.
And how he boasted about how he could beat the nanobots by using umbrella technology. Sorry.
And really, one point I've been on this whole evening is literally that the problem with conservatives, and leaving aside the kind of wacky QAnon ones that seem to become the standard, it's just that most of their ideological beliefs are based on false premises that literally and so if I believed all the bullshit canards that they did, I probably would come up with the same bad solutions too. But it's literally a lot of false stuff.
I personally deliberately have avoided finding out too much about QAnon, right? I've seen a couple of people go down that rabbit hole, and it's quite scary to see how easy it swallows some people up. And so I know enough about it to just instinctually know it's bullshit, in so many words and without being technical.
So there's
Having said that, I don't really know enough about it to when someone like earlier Faye, who I think might not be in the chat on the side anymore, but Faye was asking, what is QAnon? And I said, you're better off not knowing. And she said, well, that doesn't stop me from wanting to know. And does anybody who has a better understanding of it than me want to sort of jump out there and get into it a bit? Because I really don't have that much of a clue other than
tenet one of QAnon is that Donald Trump is our hero and savior. In all of the different myriad of different theories about QAnon, it is the belief that Democrats run a satanic cult, which is a child pedophile sex ring slavery cult, and that they are killing children in order to ingest their children adrenochrome, and then they live forever. That's why Hollywood elites tend to look like the age.
Well, that beats beauty cream, and no wonder that now we know where Gwyneth Paltrow gets goop from.
Yeah. So the most dangerous part of the QAnon, the most dangerous part of it that you need to know is they have something like an end times prophecy baked into their theories, in that apparently Donald Trump's going to go silent for like 10 to 15 days. And in that time, we're all going to have like a blackout of our media and internet. And during that time, supposedly, thousands of arrests are supposed to happen. And all of those people who are arrested are part of the cabal that is running the sex ring. So when you see all of these Democrats in high-ranking offices that get arrested, supposedly they are supposed to be part of the big sweep that's coming. Now, this big sweep has been coming for a while, just like the return of Jesus Christ. It's been supposed to have happened many times over. And they always look at this new clue, and they're like, oh no, it's coming. The time is now. Get ready, get ready, get ready. And they're just always in get ready mode. And that's what's the scariest thing.
I want to correct Michael on one thing. The scariest thing, actually, is that people believe this.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple. There's a candidate down in Georgia who actually won her primary. Who was a QAnon supporter. Oh yeah, there's a
Fucking
couple.
Laura Loomer won.
She will
Laura
win.
Loomer, who's
another one.
genuinely
Yep.
evil.
Yeah, there's another one.
She will win in the general too, because where she lives is a solid, bright red, maroon district. I mean, she's going to win. There's no doubt about it. She will be in Congress.
Yeah, she makes Louis Gohmert look like a smart guy.
Yeah. I mean, this woman in the past went to Congress. Basically, she went to the Capitol building and demanded that Representative Omar be sworn in on a Bible so she could see it, because she was a legitimate congressperson, because she was sworn in on a Quran. I mean, this woman is batshit crazy.
Well,
And
show you how crazy it is. Michael's just describing the whole, of consuming babies so they can live forever. That's literally the premise of a South Park episode. The one with where the stem cell episode with Christopher Reeve, and they had Christopher Reeve was like sucking the life out of babies, and that was what was propelling him and regenerating him. I'm like, that's how fucked up it is, that literally people are now following a cult that's based on a South Park episode, or multiple South Park episodes at this point.
And when media tries to get Trump to denounce QAnon, he pretends that he doesn't know about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I saw the clip the other day. He goes, I don't know much about them. I hear that they like me very much. And then she explains to them, and it's about a pedophile ring that is a cannibalistic in nature, and that they look to him to save the world. And he says, well, is that a bad thing? And it's just like, we live in an upside down backwards world. I honestly don't know. I mean, where's the 25th Amendment? I mean, like, seriously, I know I keep saying this for like the past 4 years, but I mean, seriously, there's so much ample evidence, and that all by itself is enough for them to get daggers out, like like they did to Julius Caesar, 2,000 years ago.
Also, an impending crisis that we're going to have is most of those QAnon people believe that Microsoft is trying to microchip us all by Bill Gates being involved with vaccines.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, that's true, though. I mean, that part's true, Michael.
They're going to be anti-vaxxers.
the microchip will be in the COVID vaccine, because Microsoft designed COVID. Right?
And we need these microchips because they don't follow us around enough with our phones and our computers at home.
Well, this is
they can't get enough information as it is.
But the microchip is going to work directly with the 5G towers.
Yes, that's also
that's the whole purpose. I mean, this is, I really believe this. My brother believes this. My brother. I have somebody in my family who believes this, and he says he's not a Trumper. He's for the truth.
Someone said
with a trademark symbol after it.
Yeah. I mean, it is really depressing. I mean, because the worst of it is that, I agree with Rob. Chances are Trump's going to lose the election, but even if he does go, all this shit is still here.
It remains.
Yeah.
I unfortunately think Trump is, even though the polls don't say so, I unfortunately think there's a lot of people that are being silent that aren't talking about their views. I actually think Trump has a good chance of winning, unfortunately.
I think he has a chance of winning. I don't think he has a good chance, but I do think he has a chance.
I think Kazum is basically right, though. When it comes to polling, I think there's a lot of people who don't want to admit to a poll. One thing I noticed since I moved back to the USA is how, since I got a cell phone here, I get all kinds of phone calls from people that I've never given my number to, which is not something that happened to me typically, on the other side of the ocean. But over here, it happens virtually every day. I get 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, depending on the day, calls. And one of them was from the police officers union, wanting to know if I would, be willing to support that. And I'm just like, dude, I don't know you. I don't give my phone number out to people. I don't talk to people on my phone that I don't know personally. Goodbye. And I felt like I was even if I wasn't going to give a donation, my attitude, I felt like was being tested. All these calls are recorded. And here's the thing I want to say to you guys, friends. When if ever you get annoyed, as I sometimes do, when someone says, we're recording this call for training and quality purposes and blah, blah, blah. No, you're recording the call because you want to have evidence in case I mouth off and get abusive. That's why they're recording the call. And I just wish they would say that. But, when they say, is it okay? Is it okay? I like to say, yes, I'm recording the call as well. And they're not okay with that. They're not okay with you having a recording of it. They want the recording of it, but they're not okay with you. They won't keep on the phone if you tell them you're recording it as well.
I'm laughing a little bit because there was a call. We were in a Skype call, and I got a call from some right-wing political bullshit. And Michael was in the Skype call, and he recorded my phone call and put it up. And it was great because I took the guy to task on his horse shit and pointed out some stuff that he apparently didn't know. He's making these calls for the Republicans, and I'm like, well, X, Y, and Z, elemental P. And you're like, oh, that's not true. And I started pulling up information, and so Mike recorded it and put it up on YouTube. But you're right, and in that regard, one thing I've been watching a lot of TV on YouTube of. They call themselves First Amendment auditors, and they go places and record like public buildings or government buildings, the post office, stuff like this. And basically the idea is to provoke the police to show up because someone's going to call and say, hey, someone's filming, because people think it's illegal. But you can, as long as you're in a public access area, you can film anything you can see. And so the police show up and they have their bully tactics, and then they're like, no, they basically challenge the cops, and so I like it because they're challenging the cops. Some of them are kind of assholes, some of them get nasty with the cops, or that's not cool. But
do you think Trump's going to get away with putting cops in the polling stations?
Yes, I know how. I polling place worker here. I know exactly how they do it. Off-duty cops apply to be the poll watchers. They're not there in their official capacity as policemen, but my poll watchers were cops in earlier elections. All the Republican poll watchers are actually off-duty cops that have been recruited.
Wow.
That's how he'll do it.
Is that just in your locality, or do you think that's nationwide?
That'll be nationwide.
I don't understand. I don't understand why that in and of itself is an issue. Like when I go vote, it's private. So they could be watching or not watching. It doesn't make a difference to me.
Not everybody's as brave as you are, Rob.
So firstly, they're going to drive there in police vehicles. They might not be in uniform inside when they're being a poll watcher. They might have their badge with the ability to flash it, right? But their cop cars just being outside of the polling station, that in and of itself is trying to influence voters.
When we used to send election monitors to foreign countries around the world back when I was a kid in the 70s, one of the things they looked for is whether or not there was law enforcement at polling stations, because it's not considered free and fair if they're being monitored by the authorities. It's supposed to be a civil election. It's run by the states, not by the police department, not by the federal government. And I find it ironic that Trump just openly admits that he's going to do something which 25, 35 years ago would have been openly seen as, interfering with elections and therefore not free and fair election.
Well, it may be
rigging the election.
Thing is, showing up in their police car may be illegal. And here's the thing. Around here where I live, every single election, I have called in complaints for people that are campaigning, because you're not allowed to campaign within a certain distance of the entryway. And somebody tried to argue with me what's the distance from the actual voting machines? No, it's from the portal. And I actually pulled up the law, and sure enough, my town actually sent out cops to remove, because there were people for campaigns, and they went out and we got a tape measure, and we measured the shit out, and the guy's like, hey, you got to stand outside. I'm like, and the thing was, it was funny because the one year there were people from both sides doing it, and so the guy who was basically for Democrats, and he's like, oh, come on, we're on the same side. I'm like, look, man, you're gonna follow fucking law. I don't care if you're on my side or not. We either all we all gonna follow the fucking law.
2016, Bill Clinton got busted for that.
They did that in Massachusetts.
Yeah, and it's just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Follow the fucking rules. You are a president, for Christ's sake. Follow the rules.
Right.
You know?
So
I don't care if I'm on the same side or not. The rules are the fucking rules.
Well, that's why I always laugh when right-wingers try to attack me. Oh, it would be different if it was a Democrat. No, I literally have called in on Democrats who are breaking the fucking rules. So fuck you. In fact, I never even asked them. I'm like, I don't even know what your party affiliation is, and I told the police that I have no idea because I basically. They were stumping for some local candidate, and I generally, to be honest with you, I do not pay attention to like the politics in my town. It's so messed up. The Republicans are evil, and the Democrats are corrupt. So it's just like whatever. So I only care about the state and national stuff. So like, yeah, dude, I have no idea who you're supporting. I don't know if you're a Democrat or Republican, but you're gonna follow the rules, damn it.
Yeah.
Speaking of Democrat, Republican, and following the rules, Steve Bannon.
Yes.
I got you. I did it. Right in there. No, seriously.
Here's my take, real quick, Paul. Here's my take.
Go on.
Because you know me, I mean, I jumped all over the Rose Garden, right? So, and that's a small deal by itself. Just it's emblematic of bigger things, which is why I brought it up.
Sure, yeah.
Bannon thing, to me, and why I didn't bring it up, it just seems so silly. It seems so silly. Yes, of course he was stealing from a charity that was supposed to be paying to build the wall, which is legally questionable also. Of course he was. And of course, after he got arrested, he was going to say it was a political hit job. Of course. Nobody.
But here's the thing. I mean, what really gets me about this is just like Wayne LaPierre about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, when the NRA went down for a similar sort of kind of fraud. And this is exactly my point. I'm personally very glad to see that some of these white collar crimes are getting aggressively pursued, because I think you can make a real argument when it comes to talking about defunding the police and police prioritizing things. There's certain crimes that they don't even look for because they're too busy looking at the finable crimes down at the bottom rather than the big crimes up at the top. And so for me, anytime that and this one seems pretty open and shut. I find it hilarious and also kind of scary how Steve Bannon seems to act like he's made of Teflon and this is not going to stick. I mean, he's going to be fine. I know it's his shtick is to be like smug. So's mine. I get it, right? But like at the end of the day, it's like he has to go down. I mean,
if he were to demand his right to a swift trial and get adjudicated prior to Trump leaving office, he could just count on a pardon.
Yeah. Let's remember who brought him in. The Postal Police.
I know.
Yes.
From a $25 million yacht,
The Postal Police.
And when there's 30 million people out of work and whatever, this is the thing. I think this juxtaposition of the kind of life he was leading and the fact that he was doing so on the backs of basically people who gave their money in good faith, whether they're fools or not, is a completely different argument. Actually, it's not. They were fools. But like the bottom line is, it's not okay to exploit a charity. I don't care who you are, Democrat or Republican. It's not okay to tell people we're going to spend 100% of this money on the wall and then skim any of it off the top. He said they were going to. That was their biggest mistake. They said they were going to spend the whole thing on the wall. There's no mechanism for them to give money to the government to which to spend the wall. And if there was a mechanism, Trump would have had his hand in between that mechanism and the people to take the whole himself anyway.
They actually contracted with private landowners to be able to build pieces of wall on the landowner's property.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to know. That's one of the main point I want to say. When it comes to Bannon and what's it, Farage or whatever, I'm not sure. I can't remember. Whatever the other guy's name is. There's like four of them, I think, that are in the main indictment. But show me the money or show me the wall. Where's the money? There ain't no wall, so where's the money? And if there's no money. That doesn't mean they skimmed off the top. They skimmed the whole fucking. They netted the whole thing.
I'll say I'm not entirely upset that they were skimming from the NRA and the Build the Wall Foundation. Like, if there was any two charities that I would want to fail in their mission, it's no. So I'm not too upset. I'm upset that they committed fraud on American people and took their money, and the people didn't give what they wanted. Right? Fine, arrest them. But there's a reason why I don't give to certain other charities, and it's because their overhead, as far as administrative costs, is more than what they're actually spending on the charity.
Right.
Like, if you look at the International AIDS Vaccine Initiative, that's a good one. If you look at things like the United Way, the administration costs are actually way more of a percentage of the money that you're giving them than they are other smaller charities.
Right.
So I would never give my money to United Way. I would give it directly to the small charities that they represent.
Yeah, sure.
The one thing I'm not positive, I don't know if you remember, about a month ago, there was a section of privately built wall that fell over, and I'm wondering if it's connected. And I wonder I wonder if that's what led to the whole thing getting uncovered in the first place. Is that the little tiny bit of wall that they built that fell over in the storm? Somebody realized, hey, this is not a wall in any engineering sense of the word.
And there are video clips of Trump distancing himself from Bannon being a part of that prior to Bannon even being investigated for this stuff, because he just didn't want to be associated with the parts of the wall that were falling down. And he said, this shouldn't be a private thing. This should be a government thing.
Sure.
Which is weird for a Republican to say in the first place.
Yeah. Well, they're all for socialism when it's for things they want, right?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Speaking of the post office, did you hear about the vote in the House today?
Yes.
That the House passed it, and 26 Republicans also were for this too.
Ooh, nice.
Another thing that I didn't bring up and talk about, because it's one of the, I just think, not that it's silly, it's the House can do whatever they want. They can vote for anything they want, and they can jump up and down and scream and holler and set their hair on fire. It's going to die in the Senate.
But it doesn't matter though, Rob. The whole point is to do the right thing, and then when the other side blocks it, say, "Hey, look, we did the right thing."
I agree. But the reason, like, I didn't bring it up to discuss was I just thought this is just going to be one more thing that ends in disappointment. We could talk. That's
Well, it's a good starting point for if Trump were to lose, and if we were to get the Senate both in November. Then the first thing that we can have on the table is, hey, let's repair our post office real quick, because there's a lot of flyers. Here's one that's just like ready-made to put out.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting though is that Marco Rubio actually, he's kind of trying to split the baby, but his remarks were at least somewhat supportive of the post office and somewhat not supporting Trump, but like a little bit, but not too much. Because that's the thing. I mean, especially in Florida. In Florida, they're very dependent on those old people voting, and of course, the old people tend to vote Republican. So, the Republicans in Florida are desperate for people to vote by mail, because otherwise they're going to lose. Because old people can't make it to the polls, and that's like a third of the electorate.
Right.
But I think. Well, the thing that I love about the whole thing with Bannon and all that is that, like, it does show again how bullshit the right wing is. Everything is. It's all about symbolism. So the whole wall, it's all about symbolism. No one actually gives a fuck about building an actual wall. It's the symbolism. Like Paul said, it's worse than a dog whistle. It's all about we're even if we only ever put one piece of wall, it's just our declaration that we want to keep those people out.
Well, the thing that really bothers me, sorry, I was going to jump in real quick. The thing that really bothers me about this whole issue is it's not just Bannon, it's Manafort, it's Flynn, it's all those guys that have already gone down for all this shit that surround Trump, and then Trump wants to pretend like he didn't know any of it was happening. which if that's true, he's therefore incompetent and should go. It's the same as Reagan back in the Iran-Contra. Either way you slice it, you should go. If you knew, you should go. If you didn't know about it, you're incompetent and you should go, right? So either way. But here's my issue about Bannon and all those other guys I just named, and also Wayne LaPierre, we spoke about a couple weekends ago, as these people behave as if they think they're completely untouchable by the law. And to the largest possible degree that that's been true for the past 40 years, it's been true for the past 40 years. I think it all started to fall apart with Bernie Madoff coming down. I don't know how long ago that was now, but it's some years back now.
12.
And for those who don't know who Bernie Madoff was, he was this guy, he was basically a big Wall Street guy who for years defrauded millions and millions, literally almost billions of dollars, I think, off of investors, and lived the life of royalty for decades, knowing that if he got caught, hey, it was worth it because of what I got for my crime.
Right.
I mean, that is, so some of these people are also calculating, hey, even if I get caught, it was, what's going to happen to me because of my status isn't going to be what happened to somebody like that black woman in Texas who voted accidentally because she was an ex-con or whatever. And she didn't know she wasn't allowed to vote. And they gave her 5 years in fucking prison for it.
And he gets to go to rich person's jail.
Well, I hate the fact that there's, we have this ideal that we aspire to in our documents, which is basically equal protection under the law, that the law should not favor people who are wealthy or poor, or disfavor those who are poor. But that just isn't, in practice, has never been true. Right. It might be more true in America than elsewhere in the world. I might grant that. But end of the day, how much justice can you afford has been a cliche my whole life. So
well, today I was watching. It's the anniversary of John Benet Ramsey getting killed.
Oh God!
That's a perfect example. Like, okay, the ransom note is in the mother's handwriting, and that's not in dispute. And you think about, they stonewalled for months, and the police were waiting for them to come in for an interview. Like, well, really, interview. Unlike the no-knock warrant that was served on Breonna's house when it wasn't even the right fucking house, and there's no accountability. If they were not rich white people, someone would have been knocking down their door with a battering ram and pulling them in for questioning. And they never ever got served justice, even though I was watching the thing today that said the prosecutor said, oh well, the grand jury came back with no indictment. That's not even true. The grand jury actually had a recommendation for a number of charges, and the prosecutor just appended they didn't exist and lied, and that didn't come out for like 8 to 10 years later. That, oh, by the way, the grand jury said, charge these motherfuckers. But if you're rich and you're a wealthy white person, you're probably going to skate, or if you do get nailed, you're going to go to Club Fed. With Madoff, Madoff actually tricked the owners of the New York Mets, so who put in not only some of their own money, but some of the team's money as well, and that hurt the team for like 10 years.
Oh, that's unforgivable.
That's. And Mets need all the help they can get.
I mean, I kind of agree with that sentiment that the unforgivable thing was that he stole from other rich people.
I kind of like what Green Machine says here. He says, I'm all for rich people's jail, but only one that should be same as the regular people's jail. I would agree with that. I actually agree with that. Put them in with everybody else. They don't need special treatment. I mean, it happens to how many people?
I mean, basically, I think I look at it the other way around. I think we should make regular jails nicer. Definitely should be the same level, but basically, kind of level, bring the other jails up a little bit and bring the rich people jail down a little bit. Well,
I mean, our justice system, our incarceration system, our prisons are by modern first world standards are kind of medieval. I mean, there are countries that have a completely different way of doing it with a much lower recidivism.
Words and stuff.
Words, damn it, words. You know, and compared to American prisons, I mean, these are like, resorts. You know, I mean, they're still not free. You know, they're in jail, but I mean, it's nothing like what we're doing here, and they're getting much better results.
Because they don't have Calvinisms.
The prison industrial complex is a thing.
I recently investigated how prisoners can now get email, right? And they don't have like direct connections to the internet. In a lot of states, they have been given these things called the JPad, and they have to use JPay, the web portal. Their families have to put money on these things, but they're basically given something of a tablet to be able to do email, watch movies. They can buy movies from a store that is all like the company store. That all of the prices are way jacked up, right? They're paying like $3 for an MP3 that they can have. And there was once a jail riot because the jail went from the system they had to JPay, and the tablets that were there in the first place all stopped working. They lost all their MP3s, all their progress up to that point. And there was a riot, right? But the company that's running it was actually taking books off the Project Gutenberg that are free, and then charging prisoners to be able to see them.
What?
And those were challenged, and there was a big public outcry, and they changed their offering of the free books to be free, but just the books. Right, but all the music, even music in the public domain, is like $3 a song.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Well, even worse than that, though, are the people working for private companies for like $1 or less an hour. I mean, that's fucking slave labor.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the 16th Amendment or the 13th Amendment didn't change that. Basically said, slavery is outlawed, well, except in prison.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what opened the door to a lot of the Jim Crow laws.
Yeah.
Mm.
Right. Well, exactly. Basically, it was like, let's find ways to criminalize everything that black people do.
Criminalize blackness. They're still slaves.
Right.
When.
Yep. Well, now the prisoners are allowed to film themselves with their tablets, make a message, but then they have to go to the station and plug in their tablet in order to connect to the internet. And it costs like $5 to send a 30-second video.
Wow.
And $5 to send one to them. But
that is highway robbery. That's exploitation.
Yeah, it is. Exactly.
Yeah. But and you know why? Because of course now they'll want to work for that $1 an hour so they can get their stuff. So it's an quote unquote incentive to make them work as slaves, so they can get a few creature comforts.
They have jacked up prices on games, but they're allowed to play those games in their jail cell, and it has reduced the amount of fights in jails considerably. That they all have their tablets. And the tablets are given to them free. It's basically just the method to charge them more. The tablets are given free. It's the loss leader.
It's like the inkjet printer or the laser printer. The printer is like $10, and the ink is like $70.
So the one that's this size is actually free. There's one that's larger that's like 7-inch. That is like $100 if your family wants to buy it for you.
Yeah.
But they pay JPay, and then JPay sends them one. There's no direct transactions involved in the jail system. Yeah. But they jack up the prices of the games. They jack up the prices of everything, and they even let them use their prison labor to buy the currency in the games.
Right. They have a captive market.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now again, where's the Republicans and Libertarians on the free market? Shouldn't there be competition? Shouldn't there be multiple vendors in there so they can have some real free market action going on? All of a sudden, the free market's not so hot.
Well, it's definitely a market that's dominated by JPay.
Yeah.
But
Hey, what years were you in the service, Michael?
2003, I got out, and 1997 is when I joined.
Okay. You ever do KP duty?
Yeah,
Did you touch
a lot of it.
Did you touch any food?
With my hands?
Yeah.
Like,
Did you touch any food as part of your KP duty?
are you saying like physically with your hands, or with
Did you touch any food? Did you touch any food while you're on KP?
does gloves count?
Sure.
Like with the same gloves that you would use in any restaurant industry?
Right. Did you touch
Okay.
food?
Yes. Like that. Yeah. With the spoon. Like,
What is KP duty?
You're serving kitchen prep. Because when I was in,
yeah,
I didn't touch any food. I wasn't allowed. When I did KP duty, I mopped floors.
What?
Like there was
Why?
the old-fashioned idea when you get KP duty in the service, you're peeling potatoes. You know that old.
Oh yes, like in the cartoons and everything.
Like in the cartoons and everything.
Yeah.
But the military no longer feeds itself. It's fed by an outside company.
So
Why is that? Why have we outsourced food to another company?
And we did this years ago. None of the soldiers, they don't cook anything. I mean, there are cooks as far as a job that you have in the military, but on military bases, you're fed by an outside company.
I mean, I could make a guess as to that.
Where some of the military bases, it's the same company that feeds the schools. It's U.S. food.
Yeah, ConAgra, U.S. Foods, stuff like that. But I mopped, I cleaned dishes, and I served. Most of the food was like ready to serve, and you just heat it. You put it on that bar where there's like water underneath, and you put the trays in, and then you heat up the water that's underneath all these food containers to keep the food warm while you're serving it. But it wasn't cooked there. I don't even know where it was cooked.
Yeah, the military stopped feeding itself years ago. And again, it's like, the way that the prison system and the school systems, have these outside companies that take care of stuff, and they're turning a massive profit. I mean, of all, industries, the military is one that is especially and specifically geared to take care of itself, and we don't allow it to do it. We have to give that to an outside company.
One day we got a new set of MREs, and I opened up the bag, and I pulled out a bag of M&Ms. I showed it to my sergeant, and he was like, "You're shitting me."
M&Ms, yeah.
We had M&Ms in our MREs.
I love MREs.
Yeah.
I love them. I don't know where I have to find. I don't know where I can get them. Now.
Oh, you get them. Yeah.
The land of Amazon has all things.
I love MREs. There are some. I mean, there are a couple of them that are just absolutely fucking terrible. But some of them were. Oh my god, the chicken a la king. Oh my god, MREs are fantastic.
You can actually buy some now. At least here you can. You can get some types of MREs at Winco. But and the only reason I know any of this is because I have a bug out bag, because I'm super afraid that like the world will end.
Yeah, my parents like that too.
Yeah,
It's not as laughable up here in Colorado because we have so many people that camp and hike that it's the culture is so closely related. I still go to the military surplus store too. If you're going to get paracord, they have this giant selection of paracord right next to the MREs. And if you're trying to like weave something that like it's going to look pretty for now, but if you ever were in like a bug out situation, you could use the paracord to lash your sticks together. But for right now, it's a teddy bear in your car.
Yeah, I have like those bracelets that are the snap-on kind, so you can unsnap and. Yep.
Okay.
We have a lot of paracord artists in our state.
I mean, I think actually it might be a good idea to have a bug out bag.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I started building a bug out bag after I'm about to say something kind of kind of terrible here, but so a few years ago, Prince of Queens and I went to the University of Washington when Milo Yiannopoulos was going to be there to give a, I don't know, like have some kind of a lecture or something. And so we kind of went down there to like film and see what would happen, because we knew that like Antifa, Black Bloc, and people like Proud Boys and whatnot, like we knew that there was just going to be this massive protest because, he was, of course, Breitbart sensationalist alt-righter, and so we went down there for that. And it did turn out to be quite a fascinating little experience that just, it just tripped me out quite a lot. And so when I came home, I actually spent like the next 2 days just being super freaked out about the fact that like crazy things are happening in our world that I thought were the stories of growing up like in the 80s, and now suddenly here I am going, oh my God, I'm being pepper sprayed in the face, and a dude right there is being shot in the guts. And
I remember the video you did.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I remember the video you did about that, and you were interviewing somebody, and then there was somebody nearby who had his face behind a mask, and he's like, "Hey, you shouldn't be filming here," and you're like, "Why? You've got your face covered." And he's like, "Yeah, I want to be on your camera or whatever," and you go, "Yeah, but you've already covered your face, so what's your problem?"
Yeah, it was really quite crazy, the whole experience, but it left me after the fact. I'm already kind of bad about I don't even know how to word what a succinct way to word what I say, but I'm already kind of bad in my own brain about the actual line of the law, meaning that if for some reason the world were to end, as it were, societies we know were to collapse, and there was no more enforcement of the law, right? Or even the threat of enforcement of the law, because really it's the threat of enforcement, not the actual enforcement, that keeps society mostly in line, and the threat of repercussion. But my general perception of people is that they are horrible fucking beings, and except for the fact that they are afraid for their own detriment, they will do whatever they think they can get away with. Most people do not have a very strong self-powered sense of ethics or morality, right? As soon as the authorities aren't looking, they're like, hey, over here doing this thing, right? And with no, so that is a thing that's always in the back of my head, especially as a woman, because I think to myself, well, my God, and this is kind of why the whole Trump thing freaks me out. And, with people just being okay, like blatantly, openly okay with like some of the just very misogynist and prejudiced things he says, and I'm just like, this guy is setting an example that if it wasn't for the idea of cops, there would literally be dudes out there that are just like, it's legit for me to go and do these things. And I mean, let's face it, like, I am 5'6". I am not a big person. My equalizer is a firearm in an anarchist kind of society, right? Because I'm certainly not going to beat anybody up. I mean, if I just came across a huge dude, I'd be fucked, right? So it's like a very scary thought, because I just think to myself, the only thing keeping most people in place and stopping them from doing that is that they think they will get in trouble if they do. And as soon as they feel that has gone away, they will start doing those things, because they never were self-mediated moral or ethical people to begin with. And
I used to think the world was definitely not like that, and then I grew up and found out, to my detriment, that it is just like you described. That
it's terrible.
a lot of people out there who I mean, it's my opinion that every human being is inherently selfish. I mean, that's, I think, universally true, but it's how you temper that selfishness with, generosity and kindness and blah, blah, blah.
Well, I mean, yes.
Your selfishness is bad for you and other people.
Well, to finish that whole thought, though, the whole Milo thing, drove
Yeah.
that home in my mind. And like for 2 or 3 days, I just spent it kind of freaking out and going, oh my God, I need to be able to do something for myself if that were to happen. Because guess what? I'm low on the triage list. And if the world were to go to hell in a handbasket and somebody comes to kick in my door, I better have a way to smash their face in or something. Right. And so I started freaking out and building a bug out bag and doing all of the things. And yeah. And now I'm done.
Yes, all of us as individuals, every single one of us, we are at our core selfish. But that doesn't mean that all of us are like being good to other people is selfish. I mean, it's one of the reasons why societies form. It's one of the reasons that we've been able to achieve the things that we achieve as a species.
Enlightened self-interest. It's in my interest to make sure that you're content and have your needs met. Therefore, you're not going to kill me or kill me or steal my. You know.
So the nicest, most generous, most philanthropic people there are at their core like that because they are selfish. Like there's no such thing as true, altruism.
No, I totally agree with that. I totally agree with it. Like altruism is it's an idea like anarchy. There's no such thing as true anarchy. There's no such thing as true altruism. But I think that to say that there are people, like, we definitely do things in the interest of others because it is also in the interest of ourselves. Yes, that is true. But the way that we understand that now in our current society is an understanding that is afforded to us by the construct of hundreds of years of societal social evolution, the evolution of philosophies, of laws, of other such things that have over time, and not even just that, of the economy, of people's health, right? And as those things evolve, it affords us more time to be more intricately concerned with minutia. And if all of that were so one of the problems here is that is kind of the same thing that we experience with academia when you're going for very high levels of knowledge, right? You want to get your doctorates, and over time, not time for a person, but time for like as a society, right? It takes even back in the 1800s, you could be a doctor of dentistry in 4 years. There's no way that would be legit now, because over this time, the knowledge has grown and grown and grown. And therefore, to become a doctor and show that you have more and more specialized knowledge, right? You have to study it longer and longer and longer and longer and longer, because there's more and more and more and more to study before you get to an even more minute point, right? And that same thing applies with the way that we are able to, with the way that we handle the fineries of an advanced civilization, right? Like social civilization.
I agree. Like what you're talking about like the evolution of societal evolution and cultural evolution that brings us today to this understanding.
Eventually, you skip points, though, right? Like
at some point, 30,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago, someone said, "Hey, here's a thought. If I help you catch fish, we all eat."
Correct.
And that's not, you don't need an advanced society and you don't need all this societal evolution to come to this pretty simple conclusion. If I help you, we all eat.
No,
if I grow corn and you go fish, we can trade food. Blah, blah.
These are very simple.
But what I'm getting at though is that, like, over time, right? We begin to come up with shortcuts, right? So that way you can get to the finer points faster, right? So we have, say, argued 100 years ago about the philosophy of, we'll just say, utilitarianism, right? We argued it, and we argued it and argued it and argued it, and finally it lost in the, intellectual arena as not being the best of ideas. And so while it's talked about in classrooms or whatever, it's like, these are the things that we argued a long time ago, but we eventually, society went this way because we determined this was a better thing. Now we just shortcut to that thing, right? Because that's what all of this was for, was so that we could come to the conclusion, and now we can start the next generation at the conclusion, right? So what you guys are saying, yes, totally true. But if right now where we are was suddenly all wiped away, it includes all of these buildups to these shortcut points, or like I kind of like to think of them as
Life hack.
kind of like life hacks, right? Like a professional terms of art, if you will, right? Like we come to these sort of points that are a single idea, but it encompasses many things before that, right? And now we just kind of shortcut by understanding this single idea. And if all of that is wiped away, that means that society kind of socially begins. I mean, we're not totally back to ground zero because we still have things around us that are representative of the past, but
very simply put,
people don't know why we do. Not everybody knows why we do or believe or things are the way they are. I mean, look at the number of liberals. I see this all the time on the liberal side, actually, that are just like, laws are just invented by old men sitting around making shit up. And I'm like, I mean, yes, like technically it's probably like people in a room writing stuff down, but they aren't just like, hey guys, like I was smoking a bowl this weekend and I was like, why don't we make a law about how you can't mix your gold and beta fish together in a tank? Randomly make shit up.
Very simply though, if the Trump administration, because of COVID, because of civil unrest, because of the pandemic, because of the financial collapse and everything else that's happening right now, we end up seeing a societal collapse in the United States. I mean, obviously it's not really likely, but hey, it is possible. We see a societal collapse. Yeah, your bug out bag is going to be important because there are people who are, because we are all selfish. Most people in and of themselves, once that threat of legal action being taken against them is removed, will revert to their base, and their base is that I have to look out for me because nobody else will, and I will rape you, and I will kill you, and I will take whatever you have,
all of the things.
Because I have to survive, and I will do all of the things. But there are still a fair number of people who have that basic understanding of, if I help you, that is helping me.
Right.
And they don't need the academic years and years and years and centuries of academic understanding of this works and that doesn't work. For some of us, and I think I'm one of those people, it is selfish to help other people.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing I would say. Yes, it's certainly some portion of society would go feral, if you will. But the thing about it is, I don't think it's a majority. We know it's not a majority, because again, it's that 25% that like Trump, and that's there's a good correlation and there's a reason for it, because the thing is that it's actually primitive societies actually understand this too. If you look at, there's still tribals around the world in South America and Africa. And, not that they're some utopia, but a lot of the things that are issues for us are not issues for them because they're in survival mode all the time. There's never, we have the leisure of not being, in most of the West, even if you're poor in America, unless you're like really, really the poorest of the poor, you probably can eat. You probably have a roof over your head. There are people who don't have homes and there are people who don't eat, but most of us have at least the minimum. So we're not in true sustenance, like, oh my God, I could starve to death tomorrow mode. And people who are tribal, who are in that, where they are constantly dependent on one another to survive, don't have they don't have the intellectual knowledge of it, but they have an instinctual understanding that every part of the tribe is dependent on every other part of the tribe. It's actually a technological society that has surplus, where that's where our selfishness has gone beyond. Because if everyone's just kind of just getting enough to eat, and let's hope we can kill something tomorrow so the tribe can eat. Once you start having excess, that's when greed can kick in. You don't have greed's not even a factor, because literally the whole tribe will die in a sustenance tribe. We have the ability to be greedy, and that's why where a lot of our problems come from. Because you see these people who are sitting on mountains of cash, more cash than they and the next 3 generations of offspring could ever spend, even living lavishly, and yet they're still looking to eke out more, looking to squeeze a little bit more out of people who work for them, out of people from around the world to work, near slave labor. So think about that.
So to add to Sister Danger's point, we are kind of in a precarious point in our empire. I saw it in the Occupy movement, like she saw it in the riots around her. But what I see now with this coronavirus is it's disrupted so much of our country that we would take for granted to be there, that people could actually imagine our country not existing, right? That's why I think the biggest patriot for Donald Trump's being in office still right now, through botching the fuck out of this, the reason why he has had his head put on a pike, the biggest patriot was actually Dana White from the UFC, because America needed a coliseum. And the one sport that was able to get right back at things and just keep on going was the UFC. Now we have these other sports that are trying so hard, where they've got some of their players opting out of the season, right? Because they're smart. Yeah. But you have these leagues that should just shut down operations for the year and put a little asterisk on that history books, but they're not. They're still trying to put this show on. Because if people thought that they could not watch the Steelers in 3 weeks like I will be, they would think, well, shit, what is really holding our country together? The sports are our coliseum, and they are holding us together. And that's how flimsy it is. One big fucking virus, one big pandemic has threatened the idea of what we have, of like, what are we expecting to come out of our country? If our internet went down and we had no internet across the whole country,
all hell would break loose.
Oh gosh, yes, we would go insane.
Okay.
Internet is our coliseum.
But some of these things are little, some of these things are big. Next week, I want my pumpkin spice latte from Starbucks. That's what I expect out of my America. If I don't get my fucking pumpkin spice latte, then we don't have society as I knew it. And I could start imagining there being no America and going borderless and bugging out, right? For different people, it's different things. And if you know somebody who is a sports fan who's counting on football coming back, that person not bugging out is dependent on football coming back.
I just want to drop a little reality bomb on the whole thing. I mean, everything's about to change because of the whole entertainment and hospitality industries haven't got a fucking hope of surviving the winter. Because it's already hard enough with people eating outdoors in the summertime. Some places don't have the space for that. They can't accommodate that. You know what I mean? And so eating indoors is, it's really unwise. If even some places don't have the capacity for social distancing indoors, and so the like eating indoors and also sports. I mean, there's so much money tied up in not just professional sports but college football as well. there's so much gambling that goes on behind college football, for example, and just money with the broadcasting and everything, not just for like football, but also baseball and basketball and literally everything is all tied up. So much money from people who are used to making a lot of money with their sports teams or people who are going, shit, this year, we're not going to be able to do that anymore. And when I left England, I don't know what's still going on with the football or soccer, as we would say in America, but what's going on with them, they were playing with empty stadiums over there. And I know baseball's doing that here to some degree as well. Or they got like cardboard people or whatever. And, they pipe in crowd sounds or what. And I don't know. Can professional sports survive without the crowds? Because it's really all about the licensing to the TV stations and everything. That's where the money actually is generated from, And
licensing to merchandise.
Well, that too, obviously. But I mean, like, can professional sports? I mean, football is for me personally something I was really quite looking forward to watching again when I come back to America, because I didn't really watch American football when I was over in the UK, because it's on at the wrong time and at like 4 o'clock in the morning or some stupid shit like that. So I never really watched it the whole time I was there, except for a couple of Super Bowls. So I was really looking forward to it. And now I don't think there's going to be a football season. And it's just it's a minor problem compared to the big problems that COVID presents with us with, of course. But at the same time, it's just goes to show what you were talking about before. What we used to call normal life ain't coming back anytime soon. And by soon, I mean in the next year, 2, 3, maybe, who knows? It's not going to be soon.
And the more we can preserve of what we knew as normal for at least the time being, as long as these things just happen in little bursts, the things that we lost will be okay. Which is why I know Joe is with me on this. We're going to be ordering DoorDash food from restaurants just to keep them alive a little bit longer. Joe and I are going to do our parts.
That's what you've seen me munching. That's what I was munching on. That's where I went. That's actually I'm getting takeout food way more often than I would ever normally go to the restaurant or pick something up, because the other thing too, part of it is like, you're emotionally just like, fuck it, I don't want to cook again today. But on top of it, it's just to keep the places I love alive, because they don't have the capacity to see as many people, and because they're outdoors. It's a way to keep them in business.
You don't want to be like me and years later wish that you had bought a Flying Monkey t-shirt and not have one. You know what I'm saying? And never have gotten that burger that's like right there now. It could disappear. You wouldn't be able to tell if they're teetering, if they're needing your business. If there's a mom pop restaurant, you need to buy that food now.
Oh yeah, and that's a good point too, because I've been avoiding. I don't like the chains in general because their food generally is garbage, but I'm especially trying to order, get food from local places. If it's a chain, it's a small, like, regional chain. It's not a national or international chain.
Okay, Subway meatball sandwich. That's not a meatball sandwich.
No, it's garbage.
Subway is garbage. Subway is crap. So Subway, oh my God.
I'll tell you though, I kind of lost it with Jersey Mike's recently, because Jersey Mike's is a company started here in New Jersey, as you might imagine, and it's now actually in multiple states. It's even in the South, and they screwed up my order the other day. So I called it in and said, "Hey, you screwed up my order. Can you please fix it?" They sent a second one, and they purposely put things in it that were not something I ordered. And I know it's on purpose, because if someone calls in and you have to refire an order, you're gonna be damn sure you get that right.
Right. Oh yeah.
And they purposely just threw, they put stuff in there that was, I mean, I was able to pick it out, but so I was like, that was vindictive, and I was like, really, now of all time you're gonna play fucking games with me, a regular customer?
Jersey Mike's has good food too.
Yeah, they do.
Had never had.
There's plenty of other options here in my town. Some, again, smaller operations that make food just as good.
I'm concerned about the amount of waste that we're getting with the food, like the container you just showed.
Yeah.
But I'm still buying. But
Yeah.
I think that maybe this is an opportunity for us to look at those things and some of these businesses to start to, switch to paper straws for one, but also, I'd rather buy a bag of tamales than get a styrofoam container.
I think we already established that in general we don't take advantage of the opportunities that are like staring us right in the friggin' face.
Yes.
True.
Like infrastructure.
Yeah.
Well, here's a quick thing about the straws. I came to the conclusion of, with the exception of either people with physical limitations, or if you're driving in a car, what the fuck do you need a straw for? I just stopped using them entirely. I mean, it's not a hard. I mean, going like this is not. Again, there are people who physically can't, and you should have
depends.
Them, but the
It
rest
depends on where you're going, though, too, though. Like where you bought it from. Like Burger King and McDonald's, their cups, they're kind of designed so you have to use a straw because they're so flimsy.
True.
That if you try to drink from it, they kind of collapse on you and stuff. You kind of, but like other places, especially like smaller mom and pop places, where they, because I had a restaurant, where they purchase their supplies from, they have fewer choices. They pay more for their supplies than the big guys do. And this actually ends up being sturdier, stronger. So.
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing that pisses me off about the right wing, just about small business. Like they pretend they're pro business, but they're not pro mom and pop business. They care about big corporations who can give big donations. They don't give a fuck about my business or Rob's business or Paul's business when he had it, or we're irrelevant.
They give small business lip service, but in their action, they put them out of business.
Oh yeah, and I've had people come at me and they're like, because they're other people that are business associates and they're small business and they think I should be a Republican, and I'm like, okay, look at that tax bill. What did you get? And they're like, oh, this, and like, no. You don't qualify for that because you're an LLC. Your income counts as regular. Your business revenue is just regular income. So you don't unless you're an S corp or unless you're a regular C corp. You don't apply. You don't get any of that stuff. And they're like, really? Like, yeah, dumbass. Pay attention to the tax code.
One of the things, and again, food industry, because that's what I know, because that's what I did. One of the things that had happened over the years, what the big players in food service, like Burger King and all that stuff, what they had done was they're able to get guidelines, which had eventually became laws, passed state by state that required things from a board of health and health perspectives that the small guys couldn't afford to do. Like, in order to open my first deli, your floor coverings had to be made of a very specific material. It had to be some kind of natural stone. So you couldn't use vinyl or linoleum tiling. You had to have natural stone. You know how expensive that is? That's outrageous.
Right.
Guys that are just starting up, for the most part, can't afford that.
Right.
You can't have a direct drain from your sink. Your sink drain, you can't just directly drain. You have to have, not even that. You have to have an air gap with a floor sink. So you have your sink, then the drain, and then the drain just opens up into the air. And below it, you have another sink, and then the drain from that sink goes down into the pipes.
Right. Which adds nothing of value to the whole.
Adds nothing of value. Nothing of value.
If anything, it's more opportunity to leak stuff on the floor.
I'm actually going to help a small business. It's a little old lady who has a coffee shop, right? She has to, by code, have an oil trap in her sink. She's not cooking any food.
No, but she's
just making coffee.
Yeah,
but she has to have an oil trap, a grease trap.
You have to have a grease trap of some kind. Like my both my delis, the grease trap was built into the septic system. And we were lucky it was there before we opened business. So it was underground and it was a big giant thing. And every couple of years we would have to have somebody come empty it. So, but I mean, a lot of places what they have is a box under the sink on the floor. Then all the grease goes into there, and then they have to take care of it themselves. I was like, fuck that. I ain't doing that. But we were lucky that both of our places, it was actually built into the septic system.
Yeah.
But you have to have that. But that's another expense that a small guy isn't going to be able to do.
Well, and here's what happened to me, like when I was in college. Now, so my fraternity is, fraternities are, I think they're listed as non-profits, but it's technically a business, or at least a nonprofit organization. And so because we served food and we were not in it, the house did not belong to the campus. One time the inspector came in, and then like we got hit with a thing, and it was like we had like 1 year to do. And this is, mind you, in the 80s now, so you're going to have to multiply these prices by inflation. We had to spend almost $30,000 in 1987 to put in a new hood, put in for deep frying. We just had like a big pot with oil in it. We had to have a fryer and all this kind of stuff because we were basically treated the same as though we were a restaurant. We're not a fucking restaurant. I mean, and the thing is, our budget for the entire semester was less than that. I mean, I know because I was in charge of the kitchen one semester. My budget was $21,000 for like from September to December, and we had to put in almost $30,000 worth of new stove and flame hood and all that.
So if you want to open up like a McDonald's franchise, McDonald's is going to pay. You don't have to pay for it. McDonald's is going to pay to build the building, to make sure that everything is up to code. They're going to pay to make sure that you don't pay anything. I mean, you're going to pay your franchising fees, and then there's some startup costs. I mean, with any business, you're going to have that.
And you pay rent to McDonald's.
Yeah, the stuff to make sure that like Board of Health stuff that you can operate, McDonald's is going to pay for all that. So if you're like a small guy who cooks and you're going to like open up a restaurant, all of that. I mean, Al, who's Al, who was my business partner, he laid out most of the money, but he and we ended up laying out over $100,000. We never made that back. We never make a fraction. We didn't even make a tiny fraction of that back. And it just made it impossible, to really do anything.
And that's why I get pissed at, people that they're self-styled like neo-communists in our country that think, everyone who owns a business is an evil overlord. Because I'm like, you guys have no fucking idea what it takes, what it costs, and all this kind of stuff. They act like we're all the same.
But those laws and those regulations only exist because the big companies wrote those laws in order to keep small businesses from growing to compete against them.
Right.
That's why they're there.
They'll hide behind
stop you from succeeding.
They'll hide behind that it's hygienic, but really what it is it's gatekeeping.
Right.
Yeah, it's a form of gatekeeping. Exactly. I was going to say, I mean, what's going on with the COVID pandemic, and obviously there's a massive push to open schools again, which is almost certainly, but I think certainly will increase the spread of COVID throughout the community and everything. And it's at some point, probably in the autumn, before or after the election, there's a good chance, I think, that we're going to end up having to go into a pretty steady lockdown again.
Yeah, it's already happening.
There's going to another lockdown again. And I think like a full-on lockdown where like only very essential workers are back to work and everybody stays home again and blah, blah. I know it's going to be hard to do, but I think it's going to have to happen because a lot more people are going to be getting sick. And as soon as schools open up, it's going to explode, right?
It's not going to happen.
Here's the point I want to make. There's going to be so many, there's already so many mom and pa type family-owned businesses that have gone under that have not been able to survive the pandemic. And it's only going to continue over the next 6 to 8 months, 12 months, whatever. And what I worry about is when everything completely bottoms out, and the only people left with enough money to buy businesses back up and to restart is going to be the people of the oligarchs, basically, and people just under that who are the only ones left with the money to buy and invest and to get businesses back again. And it won't be mom and pop anymore. It'll be mom and pop on the label.
Yeah, it's basically like real estate / housing, except for now in business, right? Where Everybody's mortgages went bust, and then the only people that can buy them back when all of those homes are up for auction, $500,000 and $600,000 homes suddenly going for $75,000 on the auction block, and then the bank is the only one that can front the cash because that's what's needed. They go in, they buy it, and now it's like that's what's happening with businesses, right? All the little businesses are getting run out. And the only people that can come in and buy up whatever's left are big, huge corporations and gentrifiers.
And the sad part is we were already moving in that direction before COVID hit. I watch a lot of back episodes of Dragon's Den, the British version, not the garbage Shark Tank show on American TV. And what's interesting is you see people that are small businesses and they got a good idea, a good product, and they're making some money and they're trying to get some funding so they could go to the next level. And very often the dragons are like, yeah, but what you're doing, like, you're doing something that you can't you'll get a patent for, and the big boys are just going to come and they're going to crush you. And so there's no point in helping you because you literally have no hope. If the big boys want to crush you, they're sitting on piles of cash. They can easily reproduce your work and beat you, because they can do it cheaper and they can do it a big distribution network and all that.
Thanks again.
First, what Kazum said, a lot of these regulations are there for real reasons. Some of them are. There are absolutely reasons for some things that stop this, the danger of cross-contamination. In the food industry, cross-contamination is a big deal. It's a good way to kill somebody. So yeah, some of those regulations absolutely are not only are they good, they're necessary. Others, though, only make doing business harder if you can't afford, to put that in at the start. Like, you can't even open your doors, because you don't have some things that make absolutely no sense.
Like the air gap thing you said.
What was that?
Well, like that air gap thing.
Like the air gap on the sink.
That doesn't help hygiene. In fact, from an engineering perspective, that's actually worse. It's actually
what the argument for the air gap on the sink is if there's a backup in your wastewater system, in the septic or whatever it is, if there's a backup, the dirty water isn't going to back up into the sink and contaminate the sink and possibly your work surfaces, which makes sense. But you got to have a real problem with water backing up real far that you have no idea about before it becomes an issue. What the air gap does is now all of your floors and everything that is now contaminated. And you're going to know, like, you're going to have a flood on your floor and have to close for business for the day long before you have a flood on your counter.
Right.
And a flood on the counter may not necessarily end your business day. You know what I mean? Like, you can still operate. You just have to take care of your mess.
I mean, overall, wouldn't it just be like if you have a backup? I'm not an expert in this field, so you'll have to forgive me. But based on the things you're saying, if you have a backup, right, there is already a severe problem, like you said, down the line, right? Okay. Now, so it's going to back up and it's going to hit somewhere, right? Or that air gap could not exist and it will back up and still hit somewhere. Isn't it cheaper overall because you're going to have to do it anyway because the backup exists, to just go in and clean it all the fuck out instead of like
right. And what's ridiculous is you have to have your sink, then you have your drain, and in the drain you have the trap. After the trap, your drain pipe stops. It's just empty, a hole. So the water going into the drain is now aspirating into the air, dripping and everything else, and it has to be so many inches from the floor sink that you have to install underneath it.
I mean, and quite frankly, that water is not going to be likely to back up because of your own plumbing. If the water is coming all the way back to you, it's because of when that plumbing hits the next section of plumbing that you likely aren't even in charge of or own. It's owned by, say, the city or the building or what, right? So that means that, like, this backup that's happening in the first place isn't probably even directly under your control. It's being caused by some outside.
Right.
Oh, this whole argument makes me so.
So if you're me, Right. So if you're me, who's trying to open a business, and you've got a pretty solid business plan, you got a menu, and you notice there's something that you can do, and blah 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 blah. Joe ate at my restaurant. He'll tell you. I mean, I don't think
That's cool.
he's good service. I had decent food. But so if you're me, and you're not a giant corporation, you start looking at what's going to cost a couple $100 just to buy the floor sink. It's going to cost another couple $100 to be professionally installed, because in a restaurant you can't do that work yourself.
Right.
By law,
gotta be
you have to hire a contractor.
Yeah,
By
like
law.
a freaking bonded, licensed and bonded contractor to come in. Oh my God, the whole thing makes me
So that's right. So something that sounds unnecessary and simple, because it is simple, becomes a thing that just snowballs into a bigger and bigger and bigger expense. Okay, so that was thing number one. So thing number two was like going back to what Paul was saying, the questions about what happens now. We're going to see, we've been seeing this for years, is the homogenization of America. You're going to see it even more now, because like everybody else was saying, the only people who are going to be able to afford to bring some of these businesses back are big businesses. So like Burger King is going to open more Burger Kings because the mom and pops have closed. McDonald's are going to open more of those. There's going to be more Walmarts. There's going to be, more Quick Checks and Wawas and all that stuff. There's going to be more of them. So everything is going to start looking more and more very corporate, a lot less whimsy, a lot less personal, a lot less variety. You're going to see
worse quality of life for the workers, because of course those corporate have a very regimented and very not friendly to workers. And now just engineering thing, to get back to the air gap, well, a couple other things about it was that, again, from an engineering perspective, first off, so the idea is that, okay, they don't want your sink, your main sink to get contaminated, but it's not like you're not going to get contaminated. Your floor is going to get contaminated. And so whereas you could have, and restaurants tend to be really large, so you have this large volume, so quite a lot of material would have to back up to overflow your big sink. Now it takes less material to overflow onto your floor, so you're still shut down, you're still contaminated, and now you have the bigger mess that's less contained, because now it's going to spread all over your floor. Secondly, from a fluid dynamics perspective, there's something called hydrostatic pressure. Yes, Mike knows already. So hydrostatic pressure. So the higher the level of the liquid, the more force that water has pushing down back the other way. So if you have this large, tall volume for it to back up in, eventually you're going to reach an equilibrium where the force of the water, the height of the water column is equal to the pressure getting backed up into it. So if you've just cut off several feet of hydrostatic head, and now you have less resistance for the stuff to pump back up in the first place.
Right. Additionally, on the physics perspective, water is auto-leveling, and if you had a 2-foot flood that would be underneath the level of your sink outside your building, that 2-foot flood would auto-level within your sink with the back.
Right, exactly. Right. Hydrostatic pressure, yeah.
With the hydrostatic pressure. If that flood resides, you don't have sewage inside. You just have maybe some floodwaters that seeped in.
Right.
Maybe you had sandbags around and you protected your store well, but at least, you don't have sewage.
But I mean, that kind of thing, those are excellent tools that can be used to keep people from succeeding and competing with people who have enough power and money to manipulate legislatures. So,
can I just make a guilty confession right here? So this whole thing is making me think that, so somebody came up with these ideas and was like, I know, let's write this law for this thing and let's go argue for it, and they did so successfully, right? There is this part of me always, when I just hear about crazy bullshit like this, right, that I'm like, man, somewhere along the way, somebody wrote such a persuasive argument somehow that everybody was like, that's a good idea, when it was a terrible idea. I want to meet those people sometime.
Yeah, I know.
I want to know, what is your magic power.
You can use their powers for good.
That's what I'm trying to say.
No, the problem is most of these laws did not get passed within earshot of people with common sense.
or not.
These laws were passed. These
Yeah.
laws were passed in the back rooms.
Right. Well, and the thing is the whole thing with the air gap. I mean, basically, yes, I get the argument, but basically, if you present a one-sided argument that ignores the rest of everything I just said, you know, to people who don't have any technical knowledge, it's very easy to fool them. Well, one thing happened here in New Jersey. There was a big gas explosion in Woodbridge. So what happened was there was a line break. Natural gas started, spewing. There was no shut off. There was no automatic shut off for the valves. So the gas just kept coming out. Eventually, it hit an ignition source. Kaboom! It blew up right near an apartment complex. Did major damage. And this happened. This would have been 2000, 2001. So, because I remember I was working at the time. So a person I work with, he used to have the radio on all the time. We're listening to these politicians that are talking to, basically they've talked to industry experts, and of course they don't know better because most politicians don't have any technical degrees. So basically, they were told, "Oh, it's not possible to have an automatic valve," and they listed a whole bunch of completely horseshit reasons. And I know because again, this is my line of work. So I'm like, no, that's literally you could actually use the line pressure itself to keep the valve to create the valve. So this way, if the line breaks, the drop in pressure would cause the valve to shut. Easy to do, but basically the gas industry doesn't want to do that, and they hoodwink some politicians who don't know better.
I want to answer Kazum's question. I think it's pretty even. It really depends on what regulations you're talking about, on what industries, in what states, and who has more money to pay off the politicians. Politicians in general don't give a fuck about regulations. They don't care. They don't believe that businesses are overregulated. They don't believe that businesses are underregulated. They don't care. What they care about is who pays them the most money or offers them the best gifts in order to make decisions for them. They make the argument that if you reduce these regulations, we can hire more people in your state. So those politicians work to get those regulations removed. And then the company doesn't hire more people,
right?
Because they come up with no excuse. So what politicians give a shit about on any issue at any point in time has everything to do with who's promising them what and who's whispering in their ear.
Well, here's the thing, though. Even well-intentioned, even people who actually do have some sort of positive, idea, like where it can be twisted. And this is one from the left, so to answer Kazum's question. So in New Jersey, we have this law called Right to Know. The basis for the law is very good. The idea is that if you're living next to a facility that has hazardous chemicals, that both the citizens who live there, the community, and the first responders need to know, even if there's trade secrets, they need to know at least what volumes of potentially hazardous chemicals are there. So if there's an incident, they know how to respond. The first responders know what PPE they need. The citizens know, hey, maybe I don't want to live downwind from this plant because it's a Crowley and we'll all die. So that's great. So it originally started out, and it was like 60 to 70 of the worst chemicals, that, things that could just really, fuck up your neighborhood. Well, then somebody, and again, I'm sure it came from the left. It definitely wouldn't have come from the right. The list got expanded. They started putting more and more things. Now, in 92, I was in charge of my company. I had to do the reporting for the company I worked for. So I had to gather up all these things. And the list had grown to 1,132 things, including hot water and matches. Hot water and the quantities, like I could see if you have a warehouse full of matches, okay, yeah, the first responders probably need to know that. But you have matches in your waiting room, this is back when you could smoke, you had to report that over more than some small quantity, and
It
so
has to be on your MSDS.
right, and so it was worthless. So what ended up happening? So I wasn't in the conversation, but my boss was in the conversation with the local fire marshal, and he's like, yeah, we get, because he gave him the report, and he's like, yeah, you know what, we get these and we throw them away, because if I got to show up during a fire, I'm not going to pool through this big dossier that's 84 pages and figure out what's going on.
When I opened my business, I got a thing from the state. I don't want to say a letter; it was like a booklet from the state, and basically, with all the rules and the regulations and all of the laws. And when it gets to the part for the MSDS, the Material Safety Data Sheet, every chemical that you have on the establishment, every chemical that you use for any reason in the entire building has to be listed on the MSDS. That's just fucking ridiculous, and it's impossible. It's impossible because it could change from day to day. I mean, and I was basically told, don't really worry about it. Don't go too crazy about it.
No one looks at it.
What's the fucking point? Then what is the point?
Well, here's another one. Again, one. Now this one I suspect is probably a little bit of both, a little bit from the left, a little bit from the right. The left would have done it because they're pro, like environmental regulation and cutting back on things that could potentially harmful. But the right wing did it because a way to sandbag the regulation and make and kind of protect certain industries. There's two particular laws here in New Jersey. Any chemical that's recovered from a chemical process, it could be water. If you don't reuse it within 120 days, it's automatically classified as hazardous waste, and you have to dispose of it. So, there was a product, one company I worked for, we had this product that we use isopropyl alcohol for an extraction.
I love it when people use that term instead of saying rubbing alcohol. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Wait. Sister Danger, your Faye Productions?
Yes. That's actually my main YouTube channel. So, but Sister, I know this is an aside, but Sister Danger was created as a social commentary channel so I could begin to learn about how YouTube worked before I went and started doing Faye Productions, which was my original intent all along. So both channels still exist, but and I hooked up with Breakfast Club as Sister Danger, so that's why I go by that here. But yes.
But so basically, so now you have, so we used to make this one product. We really only needed to make it once a year, but we split how much we made in a year so we do 3 batches just so we could reuse the isopropanol. Otherwise, so here's something that was supposed to be intended to cut down on chemical waste that was actually would cause us to use more chemicals and not fewer. And then the other one was, if you do, because the other way to get something out of a process, if it comes naturally as a byproduct of the process, that's recovery. If you put anything in your process to purposely recover things, that's known as recycling, and you need a special license for recycling. And between the filing fees and the lawyers and everything, you're back in the early 90s, you were looking at about $100,000. So small business had no hope in hell of ever becoming recyclers because so basically it forced you to basically use the waste haulers who have a huge lobby and have a lot of money, and it prevented new recyclers. So meanwhile, this was something that the left was they were like, oh, we need more recycling, but yet they wrote a law that was anti-recycling, and of course the right wing went in on it because there was money.
When I was in construction in the UK, I was surrounded by regulations. And I have really strong feelings about regulations on the one hand, because like when Trump came into office, he just decided to basically do away with every regulation Obama brought in. And it was really the criteria for whether or not he wanted to get rid of the regulation wasn't whether it was a good regulation or not. It was because Obama brought it in. And hopefully when the presidency changes, we can turn a lot of that stuff around, but that's not a moot point. What I really wanted to say, though, is regulations obviously exist for a reason. Now, when I was a scaffolder, I worked with a lot of guys who've been scaffolding for like 30, 40 years or whatever. And the old scaffolders will always go on about, oh, back in my day, we didn't have the kickboards on the bottom, and we didn't have a secondary handrail, and we didn't have this, and we didn't have that, and blah, blah, blah. And all the regulations that exist for the safety of people like me and other people on the building site, because it's all about keeping people from getting killed, because construction sites are among the most hazardous work environments in any country, right? Fine. So these regulations exist for reasons, and they definitely, necessarily, and deliberately do make the job more expensive, because for us to put the extra handrail in and the footboards in and the gates in and everything like that, it just costs more because it's more labor intensive. And so it drives the whole price of the job up. So I understand when people say regulations make things too expensive, we need less regulations. But whenever someone tells me just dogmatically we need less regulations, but they don't have like particular regulations in mind, I get kind of suspicious, because the example I use, and I know it's a bit of an extreme example, is this. I mean, if you think we can get along in any way without regulation at all, and just rely on everybody's, integrity to get on. I use this example. Let's take roads, for example. Imagine if there were no lines in the middle of the road, or on the side of the road, or reflectors on the road, or signs on the side of the road, or lights at intersections. No lines, no lights, no nothing. People's cars didn't have to have blinkers on them, therefore, because who cares, right? It's every person for themselves. How could you get
people use blinkers? What?
Well, what I'm saying is, without regulations, without having those guidelines, in the roads and the reflectors and everything that basically depends on regulating, we would never be able to navigate the roads. So you wouldn't even know what side of the road you're allowed to drive on.
And Paul, we know that's true. We know that's true because there was a time when that was the case, and that's why those regulations exist, because people were dying.
Paul, don't you live in the mountains where there are roads without reflectors and lines because they're just
and
dirt?
people drive on the wrong side of the road every time as well, Michael.
Yeah.
Every time you come around a corner, you got to brace yourself, for a neighbor.
Well, I'm a rebel, and I drive on the wrong side of a line.
Yeah, but it is all dirt roads up here. What were you going to say, Kazum?
Oh, I was just going to say we wouldn't have seat belts required in cars either. I mean, just tons of stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, we're just adding
bumpers. You wouldn't have to have bumpers on cars.
By the way, I just want to say, as somebody who has driven in cars in foreign countries, not all foreign countries necessarily have lines on the road. For example, when I was in Peru, many of the roads did not have lines on them. I know this is actually the case in a lot of places in India as well. And the way that they drive is actually rather different because of that. Like it's sort of, everybody is sort of on high alert because there are no laws for where exactly you can drive. So you have to just pay attention or get into wrecks, right?
So that's in Italy.
Well, it seems super scary and crazy because comparatively, our driving here, as crappy as I can be in some places, is still way more organized. I mean, when people are just all going together. A friend of mine, he was in Jaipur, India, and he was saying that the way that they would drive is when the light would change, it would just be about a road going in one direction would be the equivalent of, say, I-5 in LA, so like maybe a 7 or 8 lanes wide, right? Just huge, enormous amounts of traffic just going. And he says there are no crosswalks, there's no lights for any of that, and I needed to cross this street and I didn't know how because there was nothing for pedestrians. And so I stood on the side of the road and I just watched the other people. And down the road just a little bit was this little old lady, and she was gonna cross the street, and I was like, I will do what she does. And lo and behold, she just stepped right into traffic like I am now crossing this road. And the cars just moved around her, and she just walked across the road, and the vehicles, and this is kind of how it was in Romania too. When I was there, like there were lines on the road there, but they drove as if there weren't. They were all going in the same direction. They would just change lanes, cutting people off, going wherever. If someone was in the middle of the road, they just went right the fuck around them, didn't care.
Puerto Rico was like that when I went to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, just it's crazy, right? But it's like a whole different mentality of driving that goes along with that. I'm not saying I necessarily prefer it,
Now to address what Paul was saying, yeah, regulations for the most part exist for a reason. They're there for a reason. I don't think there's anybody in this group is going to be like, fuck regulations. I mean, yeah, they keep our air clean, they keep us safe, they keep our water clean. They keep the traffic organized, and I mean we can live our lives in relative safety because of them. That doesn't mean that some regulations aren't going to become political footballs to be used to achieve an advantage that has nothing to do with what the regulations are for,
right.
Or that some people aren't going to be able to afford, the ability, or doesn't mean that some people don't have the ability. Some corporations don't have the ability to manipulate the systems of regulations in order to achieve a goal.
Well,
So
we even look at the Republicans have been doing in several states when it comes to abortion rights. They don't like the fact that the Supreme Court said abortion is legal no matter what. So what they do is they put these ridiculous regulations on them. So in effect makes them illegal because no abortion clinic could possibly meet all the requirements. Now that said, as far as and to Paul's point about regulation being necessary, workplace deaths since OSHA went into place, we're talking 1972, have dropped in half. And this is that's an absolute value when you consider the fact that the country went from 200 million people around that time to 330 million. That actually means that what the number of workplace deaths dropped to about 20% because the population is much bigger.
Based on speaking kind of to that, can I branch off of what you just said there a little bit? Sure. So one of the arguments that I'm going to take helmet laws in this example, like helmet/seatbelt laws, right? So one of the arguments in favor of these, of course, is not only does it save other people's lives, but the amount of expenses that go into the health and recovery of people that have been in accidents that receive more damage than they would have if they had been wearing, say, protective gear or helmets or something to that effect, right? Seatbelts, helmets, whatever, ends up being a draw on everybody, because if people get into those wrecks, right? I mean, the idea here is that if many people are getting into these wrecks and they are suffering great damage, they're calling upon their insurance to do that, for example, and then the insurance, in order to cover for massive medical expenses on a few people, have to jack up the rates for all of the people, right? So in effect, you're paying, a few steps removed for someone else's health and medical, right? Do you think that this is a good reason to create regulations that ultimately, like rules and regulations, that because it is a drain on me personally because I feed into an overall fund? Sorry. Or do you think that the people should be allowed to make their own decisions, and we should come up with a system that requires the individual to be personally responsible? If they want to drive without a helmet, that's fine, but they must now pay X amount of money in insurance fees that, in order to ride without a helmet. That way, they themselves are the ones paying for the risk that they are taking and not everybody else.
I think insurance companies should be able to not cover someone if they're not wearing that protective gear.
Another possible solution.
Instead of making a law that forces people to wear the protective gear, make it up to the insurance company.
Why is everybody laughing? Why is so fucking funny?
Because we've circled round to the argument we had about masks and smoking.
Oh,
yep,
yeah. Like that. Wait
a minute, this is sounding familiar.
So here's the problem, or here's the thing. The entire point of insurance is that everybody pays for everybody's health care or whatever it is, whatever it is you're insuring. That's the entire point of insurance. So to say, well, this person wasn't really following, this rule or that rule or whatever, everybody shouldn't have to pay for that, but you're paying for it anyway. That's the entire point of insurance. So to say also then, well, this person wasn't following all of the rules, so therefore they shouldn't be covered at all. But what about all the money that they paid into the insurance? They're entitled to get some of that coverage. They paid for the insurance. And you would have to prove that they were completely in the wrong to end up where they are. So, I mean, so there's a couple of problems with both of those. But I also think, yeah, I mean, if you're like an idiot and you're not, wearing a seatbelt or a helmet, and you end up with a fence post through your skull, yeah, there's something to be said for you have to bear more responsibility than what your insurance would normally bear. How that would work, I don't know. But
well, here's the thing though, because that's effectively the libertarian argument. Like, if I want to take a risk, then I can, and when I'm willing to pay the consequences, then why shouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? The problem is, I mean, and in principle, it sounds really good. In reality, it doesn't work because there's no way to ensure that person actually pays for their misdeeds. And the fact that, there are also very often follow-on effects, because you think about it, that person who's now really hurt, they're taking up ICU, and they're taking up, emergency room, and there's these indirect costs that can't be borne because they're not easy to quantify. And it reminds me of, I was looking it up because I couldn't remember exactly where it is. Someplace in Tennessee. I'm having problems with bringing the page up. But basically what they did was they went with this libertarian model where, paying for the fire department was optional. So they would only come if you paid the bill. Great. Sounds wonderful. So you can decide, you're making your consumer choice and you're free. Well, what ended up happening was house caught on fire. So people who didn't pay the bill called up and they said, please come. They said, well, sorry, you didn't pay your fire bill. And so the house is burning. They're like, look, we'll pay now. We'll pay. And I think the bill was like originally like $100 and something, maybe $200. They're like, we'll give you $1,000 if you show up now. And they're like, well, sorry, we don't have any way to do that. We don't have it. We never set up for that. We can't take payment on demand. So they showed up. They let the house burn, but of course, fire doesn't know who paid the bill and who didn't. So the fire jumped to the house next door, and so they ultimately put the fire out on the second house. So house number 1 burns to the ground, house number 2 catches fire. Now, as somebody, just say if I'm the guy in house number 2, well, yes, my house got put out, but my house wouldn't have been on fire in the first damn place if they had taken care of the first fire. And so that's what shows how stupid the whole idea is, because it's like these people with COVID, like, well, it's my choice to wear a mask or not. No, it's fucking not, because you have no control over that virus leaving your body and infecting other people, and you may never even know that you did it.
Circling around further to the addiction arguments I was making earlier, the people who end up with lung cancer and with breathing problems and COPD from the choice that they made to smoke, they end up being draws on our public health system that we could have just ended, nipped it in the butt, so to speak, by just getting rid of cigarettes in the first place.
Right.
That's funny. I just want to say, when I was a young man and a teenager, I was a volunteer fireman, and I spent a lot of time around firefighters in my life. My dad was a fire chief in my hometown for 37 years, and his dad was a fire chief in his hometown before that. So I spent a lot of time around firefighters, and I find it very difficult to wrap my head around the idea that trained professional firemen would stand there and voluntarily watch someone's house burn because they didn't pay up.
I remember when it happened. It happened.
That's obscene to me. As a former firefighter, I really can't even put my head in the room. I can't. This is going to sound perverse, right? But when you're a fireman, you spend, especially in California where I grew up, we spent, because we're rural, we did everything: car accidents, or someone drowned in the river, or fires, whatever. We did it all, right? So you sit around though, kind of hoping someone's house catches on fire, because structure fires are fun calls to go to compared to the other calls, right? So you sit around, oh, I wish we could get a structure fire. And then it dawns on you, you're saying you wish someone's house would burn down, and it's a little bit different. But that's like a sense of humor kind of thing. You don't really wish someone's house would burn down. Right. I mean, like, that's just kind of a joke, right? But I just, when you said that, Joe, I was gobsmacked. That's why I had to come on. I'm just like, really? And people are okay with this. I mean, okay with saying we pay for this service with taxes, and we're gonna have to. It's like the mob. You have to pay your protection money.
I don't know if they use that model anymore.
To the fire department.
No, I don't know if they're using that model anymore.
No, they weren't. But because it was shown to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, and again, this is why I keep seeing so. That's why I get to the point now. Like, I pretty much block at least right-wing libertarians. I block right-wing libertarians on site anymore because their argument, their whole ideology is bereft. It is literally, I want my freedoms, and I do not want any of the responsibilities required, therefore, and I also don't want any limitations on my freedom, even when my freedoms are impacting somebody else's freedoms.
On the surface, a lot of the things that they espouse are logical,
right?
That make sense. We can all, I mean, I think for the most part, we can all agree, you know, when they start spouting a lot of this stuff on the surface, it's like, well, yeah, of course I support that. Well, that's freedom. Of course I support it. But yes, when you start looking into it, it's just like, holy shit. No, this is a I got mine, fuck you. This is what this is.
Because they love to say, oh, my right to swing my arm ends at your nose, but then every single time they're bashing us in the face, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I must say I don't know if it was a fully fair comparison with the firefighters to the insurance. I don't know if that was fair. I fully agree with you on the firefighters. I'm with you, and I'm not a libertarian. I just there are some issues I sometimes think about, like the wearing protective gear for when you're driving, that I've just wondered. I'm not saying that the insurance, my answer was the best answer, but it is something I've wondered about. So
yeah, and there's definitely some gray areas where it could go either way. You know, to be honest, you say, okay, well, you know, maybe people should be allowed to do this, or maybe it should be. But I think the problem is that in a modern technical society where everything is so interconnected, you're literally in a point where our rights are constantly in conflict with one another. And that's why you have laws, and that's why you have regulations. And I've been trying to tell libertarians that using libertarian philosophy would result in you at least having a certain minimum set of regulations, because the whole idea is that we're figuring out roughly where those points where my rights and your rights come in conflict. Where do we draw the line so that we have the most equitable society possible? Because it's not possible for me to have absolute freedom and not affect you, and vice versa.
Right. I'd say obesity, smoking, drug use, not wearing a helmet or not wearing a seatbelt. These are all things that end up potentially resulting in massive amounts of medical bills, and property damage, and all kinds of things that end up affecting other people, whether it's through loss or through insurance rates going up. There's lots and lots of these examples. But the entire point of having insurance is to be in a pool so you're better protected when these things come up, because they can come up for any of us at any time. So
we don't know when it's going to be us. Well, and for that reason, I'm actually in favor of so-called fat taxes, because hey, I'm an obese guy. I'm one of the most obese. I'm probably the most obese guy you know. If not, I'm definitely in the top 5. Although it's weird, I figured I was probably one of the most obese persons in the country, and then I saw a list of like the top 100, and I'm not even close. Like, holy crap, I'm fucking huge.
I had a cousin who was much bigger than you.
Yeah.
He died of leukemia. He was on TV with Richard Simmons.
Oh wow!
They had to cut the wall out of his house.
Oh yeah. I remember that guy.
They took him out on a flatbed.
I didn't know he was your relative.
My first cousin. Yeah.
Wow.
He ended up dying of leukemia. His coffin was the size of like a piano, and Again, it was they had to take his casket on a flatbed truck. He was a big guy.
See, the problem for Bloomberg, when Bloomberg had the limit to the size of sodas, there's twofold. One, it was very selective there because soda is not the only highly sugary drink, and it was kind of like the drinks that poor people drink were being limited, and the ones that the Whole Foods set drink were not being limited. So there was definitely some bias in the system. But secondly, saying, okay, you can't get one bigger than 16 ounces doesn't solve the societal cost problem. Because basically, if I've got enough money, I can just keep doing that. And the sales tax was 7% in New York State. It's not a lot. My thing was, okay, make it the sales tax exponential. So okay, if you want a 16 ounce, it's 7%. But if you want the 32 ounce, you're not going to pay 7% of the higher price. You're going to pay like 30% on top of the doubled price for the amount of soda. Because hey, I know for a fact that that being obese has a societal cost to people beyond myself, and I'm okay paying that price. And disincentivizing people who haven't reached my level yet from getting here because it's not good for you.
Good for you. I mean, this is like we were talking earlier about people smoking, and smokers will tell them, don't do it, and smoker. Seriously, don't.
I'm largely a fan of people being able to do what they want, and where it intersects with the infringing on other people, finding a way to make it so that people can continue to do what they want whilst protecting people from being people that aren't putting themselves or don't want to be impacted by that effect.
That's why if you smoke in your own property.
Sorry. Agent.
Yeah, Mike.
Kazum, your question about whether or not it was liberal or conservative legislators who were making these laws that were making it hard for small businesses. Dev Shell had the example of the sink, but he also said that he had to pay a contractor that was licensed to install it. That cost right there was likely a liberal legislator, because all of the gatekeeping laws that protect union jobs usually come from liberal legislators. So if you have to hire a union liberal contributing,
it wasn't union license contract.
You're not going to find any conservative legislators that are going to give a shit about the air gap on the sink.
Well,
but they don't give a shit about whether or not a coal miners can dump coal ash, into a river. That they'll allow to happen. They will give a shit about that.
What the Republicans would want with that same installation would be one rich guy who speaks English to make all the money off of the installations, and he's going to hire some undocumented workers and hide the fact that he even knows that they're undocumented, and make a whole bunch of money off of their cheap labor to install it, right? And he wants the Republican legislature wants completely no restrictions, none of that. He doesn't want anyone to be able to be kept from installing it. He wants you to be able to put in your own, too.
But see, Mike, that's why I think it was a right wing, because it wasn't requiring union work; it was requiring a licensed work, which means it's that rich guy with a contracting company who has to come in
or his buddy.
Both sides, left and right, both are equally guilty at trying to get rid of certain ones and, making sure others are strengthened or expanded.
Yes.
It really depends on what regulations specifically you're talking about, because that's going to make a difference on who's going to be for or against it. So it's 50-50.
Yep.
Well, I have a question that's totally not related to this topic at all, like whole new topic, but go ahead, Colin.
Listen, guys, we've been going for like 3.5 hours, and I've got to get wrapped up pretty quickly. Wow. Last week, as we all know, to our mutual amusement, I had to dump off because I couldn't sign off, and then the show ended up going for 5 hours and some change. And I want to thank everybody who stayed on after I went. And I was only lucky that I came back and checked, because if I didn't come back and check, the stream never would have posted, because it just would have run on indefinitely, right?
I heard that I missed so many interesting things, though, and I'm saddened about that.
Yeah, that was humorous. If you want to fast forward to about 2:45 in, you'll be fine. But anyway, but no, what I was going to say was there is one subject that I would like to explore at least a little bit, if not at length, because we haven't had a chance to talk about the fact that obviously this week the DNC thing just went by. Now, I've felt that both Republican and Democrat conventions have been overly stage managed for a very long time. And we've had the COVID one, and it's completely stage managed. Actually came across a lot better than I expected it to. So to reevaluate my own position a little bit in that regard. Although I don't think I would want it to happen again next year unless it was necessary again next year like it was this year. Personally, that's just my own take. But I mean, the one thing I want to say before I jump off and put Michael back on is I really, really, really was pleasantly satisfied that the fact Joe Biden did his whole speech and it completely torpedoed this whole Joe Biden can't finish a sentence kind of thing that Trump's been relying on for the past 6 or 7 weeks, you know. And the other thing I want to jump in on is recently in at least 3 interviews, Trump has gone, Biden is shot. Biden is shot. Is that dog whistle for shoot Biden or what? I mean, am I reading too much into that?
Maybe. You might a little bit.
It just seems like a bit of a harsh word to use about your opponent. I know he did something similar to Hillary. I mean, last time around there was like
what did he say?
Trump has been saying Biden is shot, meaning he's like past it, he's over the hill, whatever, you know. He is shot. But I find it, I think it's a disturbing turn of phrase for the president of the United States to use about his political opponent. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
To me, it's disturbing, even if it's not.
It would be more disturbing.
But last time, when 2016 happened, there was like pictures and T-shirts with Hillary and crosshairs and stuff.
Well, that's because he said in 2016, he said maybe the Second Amendment people can take care of it.
Yeah,
that would disturb me more.
So please, I'm going to let Michael back on. Please discuss how you thought the convention, what you saw, what you didn't see, what you liked, what you didn't like, etc.
All right, we will. But first, I want to tell Michael, just so you know, I'm going to be getting both of my nipples pierced.
Well, I like how he's like. That's great. Like, oh, we're gonna have a serious conversation now.
Just so you know.
What if I told you that getting one re-pierced hurts more?
I don't know if it does or not. I don't know.
But how do you know that, Agent?
Yeah, how would you know that?
Aha.
The thing is, I don't know. I posted a thing on Facebook and it said, normalize telling your friends that you love them. Make it weird, right? And Michael said, I love 99.6% of you or something like that. And then he said he's ambivalent about nipple piercings. And I no longer wear a nipple ring. I took it out a couple of years ago for surgery, never put it back in. And I told him, I'm going to put it back in now. Well, I can't because the hole closed. So, I was like, I can't put it back in. The hole closed. So what I didn't tell him was that because of that, I actually went looking for a local piercer. And I was talking to somebody about getting both of them pierced. They said they could re-pierce the old one, no problem. And I talked to them about getting an underbust tattoo. So anyway,
Underbust tattoo. That sounds awesome, and I super want to see it when you're done.
That sounds like a backwards tramp stamp.
Kind of. Yes, I like that. Yes, kind of. It will only hurt worse if there is a knotted scar within.
Well, he's professionally.
Not really. I don't think so. I think it'll be fine. But yeah, I want to get a dragonfly right here.
Oh, that'd be cool.
And then flowers underneath.
Interesting.
Oh, that'd be cool. I want to get a tattoo, but I don't know where. Well, I do for some of them because there's a couple that I want, but one of the yes. Oh my God! Why didn't I think of that? Right on the forehead.
No, not.
Oh.
No. Do not get a fish on your face either.
I promise you, neither of those things were anywhere near the realm of possibility I was thinking of.
Like a red fish or green was it green and red fish on your? No, don't do that.
I have 3 tattoos, and all of them are coverable, right? So, I kind of am a little conservative, I guess, in that way. Like I like the tattoos, but I want to be able to. I want to be able to not have them out if I don't want them out. So
I so I watched Joe Biden's speech.
Uh-oh. Quick get it turned off.
It's like control from beyond.
Oh, he's all down there like, oops.
I watched Joe Biden's speech. I thought it was probably the best speech in his political career, which is a good thing because he really fucking needed to pull that off. And I was really, really pleased to see that he did. He pulled it off. I think it worked out better for him that there wasn't a crowd because he didn't have to worry about pausing for applause. He didn't have to, worry about distractions. He could just stand there, read the teleprompter, and keep himself together. Be loud when he felt it was appropriate. Be kind of soft and solemn, and when it was appropriate, and he pulled it off, and he did it.
So I was specifically watching for signs of senility in him, and he slurred over 2 words, one of which was very important, where it was the difference between the word unable and able. And I knew immediately that conservative TikTok would pick up on that the next day. And it was like the next hour, they were like, oh, look, he says Americans aren't ever able to do stuff. And I'm like, oh, God. So I had the transcript because I was watching it after the fact. He provided the transcript of it to CNN, and you could tell where he went off script because the one he provided to CNN didn't have some of his flair in it, like when he's like, for Lord's sake. That was not in the script at all, but he was putting his emphasis there. But there was only like 2 trips, and they were like stutter related. They were not,
very minor.
They were not senility related at all. They were he just got tripped over his tongue.
A lot of times when he's been speaking over the last, let's say, year that he has spoken publicly, there are a lot of times where I wouldn't call it a trip, but where he kind of rumbles over words, where they're just kind of were those actual words? I mean, and it's because of his age. Yeah. But I think it's because of his age, where the words just kind of blend together into a
yes.
And that happens. It happens when you get older. It doesn't mean that there's any kind of mental capacity diminishment. It's just from, I guess, years and years and years of speaking. I mean, there are older people do it all the time. I do it from time to time. I've heard Joe do it. I got a feeling that Michael does it all the time. I don't know. I just a gut feeling. But I mean, and even in his speech, though, he only did that a couple of times.
It was only 2. I was expecting a lot more.
It was not much at all.
And when he got passionate about things, that came through. And he was very clear, and he was very, very concise, and his voice picked up at the right times. And I said to Peach, there you go. That's the Joe Biden, that everybody's supporting. That's the younger Joe Biden showing through. So he pulled it off. Good for him.
He had a bigger stutter at the end of his wife's speech when he said that's a fine lady. That was the bigger stutter of the whole show. Yeah. All 4 nights. That was the biggest one.
Yeah. Yeah, the way I feel about it is when I was watching it, it didn't feel like it felt like almost like a fireside chat. Like he was talking, he was having that fireside chat feeling. And I think that really came off well. And it's like, you know what? This was, I think it was, I agree with you, Deb. It was much better than if you were in a crowd and everything. I really liked how it was the fireside chat. Like, here, this is, I'm sitting talking to you. And he covered a lot of bases. I was very impressed with that.
Yeah. Well, especially, and I agree with you. I think that's a good way to put it, the fireside chat. And I think what's important about that is that for me, it felt very sincere.
Yes, agreed.
Anytime a politician gets up there, and this was the problem that Hillary had, is that she was always too measured. And so a lot of people felt she was.
She's an awful speaker.
Now, the thing is, it's funny because I know people who know her and they're like, she's not like that in person. And I'm like, if she could speak to crowds the way she speaks to people, she wouldn't come off as insincere, because she's not. I don't think she is insincere. She's bad at, whereas, and that's like with her husband, like Bill. I always knew when Bill Clinton was telling the truth and when he was full of shit, because when he was telling the truth, he was passionate and he didn't need it. Remember the one speech he gave where he was like 13 minutes into the speech with no teleprompter, just out of his fucking head, and he just went. And when he was not being sincere, he was very staged and he sounded like a robot. And so, Bill's full of crap right now.
Man, what you're saying bothers me so much, because I struggle with this. Like I personally struggle with this. When I speak, because I've had this feedback from people so many times. So when I speak, I know for a fact that there are certain things that I do that specifically make people give them the impression that I am in some way obfuscating the truth or flat out lying or trying to be deceitful. And one of those things is one of the techniques that I use. It's a speech pausing technique, so that I am not going all the time, because I despise saying And so what I do is, where that word often would be, I simply stop talking and collect my thoughts to say the thing that I properly mean, right? Because I want to be clear and articulate. But this pause gives other people the impression that I am trying to formulate something in a calculated way to trick them not to be succinct and clear. And it is so frustrating when people say things like what you're saying, because I'm like, that's me. I'm that person. I am that person that I say 3 words and then I stop, and it's not a natural place to stop in a sentence.
Yeah, there's a big difference though, Mr. Danger. Because first off, Bill Clinton's been speaking publicly since 1980. And he isn't always like that. That's the thing. He has 2 different ways of speaking. One is very halting and the other is not. And so that's how I could tell. And then based on
I do the same thing. Like, you heard me on the last show before last, but I just went off for 5 or 10 minutes and I was just on a rant about the thing, right? I mean, it's no less. I mean, I was running with the ball, right? And I'm like, you guys, you gotta stop me, right?
So okay, like me, I'm technically I am a politician now. I am running for elected office. I've only spoken publicly, like literally in person in front of a crowd a few times. The last time was last summer. In my town, there was a resolution for it was an anti-hate resolution that was before our town council. Very simple thing. I went to support it. I didn't go to speak. I did end up speaking on it though. Most of the people that showed up were there to speak against it. There were people saying that they have a right to hate people. I'm not even kidding. I mean, there were people there that were just.
They do, but it's not. It's not whether or not they think it in their head. It's whether or not they act upon it in their actions outwardly.
Yeah. They were there to publicly lend their support and defense to hatred, which I mean blew my mind to the point where okay, I really feel like I need to say something.
Yeah.
Now, I spoke for about well, they gave you what, 3 minutes, I guess. I used all of my time. I don't remember what I said. I don't have a clue. As soon as I walked away from the podium, I already had no idea what I said. What I was told and what appeared in the newspaper the next day was that I gave a very convincing argument, and the resolution passed unanimously.
Wow.
And I was told by a council member that it was my speech that swung all of the votes in my direction. I don't even know what I said.
Were there cameras installed in the room where the entire meeting was?
The local paper recorded it, and I think there's the town, I think, has had cameras. I don't know. I never looked, but I don't even know what I said.
They actually have to record those here. They're public.
Yeah, I just probably recorded it. I don't know. I didn't go looking, but I don't know what I said. But it was that speech that actually basically launched my political career because after that, everybody was just like, "You should run for something."
Wow.
Say when it comes to the
just to validate you, I've often felt like you were shady.
Me?
Yeah, just because we're
That's
talking.
awesome. That's the thing I wanted you to validate me on, my shadiness. What?
Like a maple tree.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Go ahead. I'm not offended. I'm totally making a joke. Like, that's okay.
when it comes to the convention, there's a lot of it I didn't get to watch, so I only watched bits and pieces of it. But I'm wondering, did they ever at any point really go into policy, or was most of it kind of posturing and saying nice phrases? Did they actually go into policy at some point?
Yes.
Yeah, a few times they did. Yes.
But for large chunks of it, like an entire 30-40 minute segment would be like a theme of policy.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
Right.
I mean, it was
there
laid
was
out.
a long arch narrative to the whole show, like the whole four nights. So some policies got more talking about on one day versus the other. I would say that race and race equality was throughout the whole thing.
Dominated.
Mhm.
Yeah. And there was like one day where they really concentrated on like Black Lives Matter and black and white issues. And then the next day, they did a lot of talk about immigration and the Latinx community on the next day. So I mean, it was segmented really well. It was broken down. The idea was like building blocks. The whole thing was laid out like building blocks. So they would lay a foundation and then they built all the blocks on top. It was put together really, really well. And green machine, I don't drink. Just so you know, I don't drink. I'm like this without chemicals.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean some chemicals, but
Yeah,
I mean.
But there's a cure for that.
I will say about the DNC, the way that the whole convention was run, because it's televised this year, it was bereft of the agenda, which was already worked on in July. So you would have to actually go to their website to see the entire platform and the agenda that was passed. And that really does lay out in detail every policy that they have.
Yeah,
Right?
see,
You can look up what agenda was passed. It's right there on the Democratic Party's website.
well, see, for me, now I didn't watch the whole thing. I did watch bits and pieces. For the most part, what I saw, I liked, and I agree with Paul that this is better than the usual. And the thing is that I think it's kind of ironic because more of it had to be pre-written, pre-scripted, and pre-recorded. It still somehow ended up coming out more natural than the usual fluff bullshit that happens in conventions.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I mean, I actually feel the opposite of Paul. I actually hope that it goes more in this direction, because the problem. I mean, basically, viewership on conventions has been going down year over year because it's pap. It's just fluff and garbage. It's just grist for the mill. And this year they had to do it differently, and you got I think, a better result. And we also have to remember the whole point of conventions. Conventions have not happened for a long time, but the reason why they got stolid and sappy and pre-scripted was because what happened in the '68 Democratic convention, where basically, and this is the reason why we have primaries, and that's why I'm reminding people about primaries. Primaries, there's nothing in the Constitution about primaries. There's no rules. They're not technically elections. We use the election apparatus because it exists already. But basically what ended up happening was the Democrats had a very contentious convention.
You're underselling it.
Yeah. There were massive protests outside.
Right.
And again, so this is not, and this is, it's kind of like how I feel it is sometimes today. It's liberal versus liberal, or centrist versus moderate versus leftist. And it was chaos in the streets, and there was major arrests and busting heads, and it all was caught on television, and it was a disaster for the Democratic Party, because basically the fact that they couldn't come together was all open, and McGovern was actually a compromise candidate because Bobby Kennedy was going to be the person, and he was killed, and everyone was behind Kennedy. And once it was not him, no one could come to any sort of agreement, and that's what there was this huge fight over. So they said, well, fuck this, we're not doing this shit again, we're not letting this play out in the open. So they ironically decided to go to primaries, and the Republicans followed suit very shortly after. And of course, now we have the same thing happening just over several months in the primaries. But the idea was, like, let's do a better job of gauging where the consensus is, so that when we get to the convention, it's all nice. And they just keep getting softer and softer, and then the viewership goes down and down because there's no fucking reason to watch normally.
So when Ron Paul in 2012 was denied the stage because he had enough states, but then they changed the rules of the Republican National Convention so that he wouldn't be able to talk and he wouldn't be able to create a brokered convention. That sat with me just so wrong, right? And so seeing the same sort of things happening to Bernie, that's given me a bad taste in my mouth. When you ask about the platform, the way that they passed the agenda in July versus having it at the DNC to be able to just bring up anything is completely different. I'm used to Robert's Rules of Order. I'm used to there being an opportunity for someone to say, hey, I want to reintroduce wolves into the wild to cut down all the deer that we have now. And if that's something that everyone agrees on, they add that as a plank to the policy, right? Yep. There was no opportunity for that. Yeah. So the agenda that you see on their website was decided by the higher-ups when they got into meetings, the people who were appointed as delegates who just so happened to be high-ranking party officials for the most part. And so they got together, they made the platform. There's no craziness to it. It's really curated, right?
But if you recall though, Mike, I mean, that part of that process included Bernie Sanders. That was the whole thing of them signing off with him to include stuff that Bernie wanted. So
that's true. He did have a little.
So it's not like we didn't have an opportunity. It's just that he did it in advance just to make the convention.
Yeah, I mean, there's an incentive to include things from the guy who's not going to make it, and in this case being Bernie Sanders. I mean, there's an incentive to include those things because you want to win, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, they gave all the former candidates a chance to speak, right? But they also had this one conversation between just the former candidates, which to me looked like more unity than anything else that they were trying to do. Psychologically, it looked more united when they just
that conversation that Cory Booker was basically. You know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of a bunch of people sitting around after a funeral talking about, oh, Joe, he was such a good guy. Hey, do you remember when this happened? Yeah. Boy, we're gonna miss him. That it looked like a funeral to me.
But they looked like one party talking to each other. They were.
You're right, but that is exactly what the purpose was. Is that was the whole pitch of the entire convention? Is that okay? Left, left, middle, left, center, left, and center. We're all on the same page. So that was the idea.
I'm glad that was a takeaway for you because I know there's a lot of people not nearly as savvy as you. So if that was a takeaway for you, that means that was a takeaway for a lot of people, which means that's a success.
When I was watching it, I totally get the idea that they're trying to portray the theme of unity. Let's unify the country, and therefore we're going to try to show some kind of olive branch to the right, with having Kasich and Powell, etc. but I also fully anticipate, although I haven't actually seen too much of it, I fully anticipate a major kickback from certain parties where, like the Andrew Yang at first didn't get a speaking slot, and then there was a bit of a hubbub about it, and then they put him in. They shifted things around to get him in there, and that's only one example. I mean, I think a lot of people complain about AOC only getting 60 seconds and whatever, and I have mixed feelings about that. And it's not going into, but what I did want to say is there did seem to be a kind of a nod to most sides of the party except the left. It seemed like the left of the party was acknowledged politely, but not really given. I don't know. That's how it seemed to me. Now, like I said, I personally felt, overall the message of unity is what they're going for. Hopefully that will sell. But I think they tried that last time and it didn't work. But then again, it did work because Hillary won by 3 million votes. So, I mean, all arguments are off. Anyway, I just wanted to say that real quick, and I'll let Sue back on.
I think it's difficult.
And thanks for correcting me about Humphrey versus McGovern. I got those two mixed up.
I think you can't compare the 2016 election to this one, because for one, Joe Biden is not Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is unpopular. She just is. Always was. She's not a likable person. She never was. She's always been the target of right-wing bullshit. Whether it's justified or not kind of becomes irrelevant. I know people are like, oh, but she's a strong woman and she's an outspoken woman and that's why they went after her. And in 1992, you didn't do and say the things that she did. And true. But that becomes irrelevant after a while, especially when you have, almost 30 years of being in the public eye and always having a circus around you and your family. So
there's also
Hillary is someone that you could. Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, Hillary is someone that you couldn't really picture hanging out with. And Joe Biden is someone that you could easily.
It's a bad way to
picture
pick a
hanging
leader,
out with.
but yeah, I get what you mean. That's
for any other person, being the incumbent should be an advantage. But in this election, I question that because he fucked up so bad this year.
Oh yeah. Well, and I think that's the other big difference too, because I mean, okay, look, I think all of us on this particular panel knew that Donald Trump was not going to be a good president, or we strongly suspected it. I had no fucking idea how bad he was going to be. And remember, and those of you who know me for a long time, I was screaming at the people who said they weren't going to vote or were going to vote third party because I'm like, this guy's going to be bad. I'm looking now back at Joe and thinking he was Pollyanna. He had no, he was a piker as far as how bad he thought it was going to be. It's way worse. And so it's so different because now Trump, he's not a theoretical quantity where you're wondering how good or maybe he'll, because even as bad as I expected him to be, I figured he'd do a few good things. I figured, hey, he's a business guy. He might get a few good things done, maybe on trade. And even on trade, he's been an absolute unmitigated disaster. So now it seems not theoretical. We have 4 years of fuck ups to look at and go, oh my God.
I have to interject really quickly. I was going to do a surprise video project, and I had saved. Steve Shive does the five things. The worst things of the week, and the fifth one is always the misadventures of Lord Dampnut. I was going to sew every single one of those together for the first 3 years, and I started to do it. And like in 2017, what we used to think of as outrageous wouldn't even make the fucking headlines in 2019, much less in 2020. I mean, right. And when you start to string all these things together, and you start from the moment he won the presidency all the way through to when I stopped when Steve started doing them live instead of doing them canned. So that's 3 years worth. And it's just this avalanche of bullshit. And if you put it all together, it would definitely talk anybody out of Trump. I mean, it's overwhelming, and that's only the stuff Steve mentioned, because as he says in his videos, it's not an exhaustive list, you know, and it's true. Anyway, but I gave up on the project because, you know, it's suicidal tendencies, man. You can't do it. You listen to all of it and you try and sew it together, and it's just like, no. I'm not doing this for free either. That's another reason. Anyway, I'm gonna get Kazoom back on.
Election night 2016, I cried. And believe me, if I can walk around like this, I can admit publicly that I cried. I cried. But I still, you know, I was angry. You know, I felt as though Hillary was ripped off because she was, even though I don't like her and didn't like her. But I mean, I was still, you know, well, he was elected. He was elected. This is, you know, this is the United States of America. He's the president. It is what it is, even though I was bitter and angry about it. And I remained bitter and angry. But then when he went to the Secret Service, not the Secret Service, the CIA, whatever, when they had the wall of stars of the servicemen that had died. And he said some of the things that he said and talked about Nazis and stuff. And I was just like, okay, he's not going to last. He's not going to last. Our intelligence agencies are going to off this guy. There's no way he's gonna you know, accidentally walk into a floating bullet at high speed. And it never happened. But yeah,
I've hit this weird point where I cannot handle it anymore. I just feel like in this last year, the crap that I've seen come out of that dude, and just anybody that, I mean, people saying things like, oh, you know why you don't send money in the mail? It's because it's not safe, and that's why we shouldn't vote by mail. I'm like, oh, you are a fucking moron. Like, there is literally nothing else to say there. That is like the beginning and the end of all of the things, Alpha, Omega. You're done. Like, I can't even, I can't even, you guys. I'm a snowflake, getting my snowflake necklace, okay? But
let me pitch this at you. You have your ballot in your hand, and standing between you and the ballot box is a nun. And she doesn't let you pass. A real nun. Do you kick the nun in the cooch to get your mail, your ballot in that ballot box?
Oh, kick a nun? Yeah, no problem.
Would you kick the nun in the cooch in order to get your ballot in to vote against?
Would I?
Yes.
I mean, is that like the only option that I have? Like, it is no ballot or a taco shot. Like,
yes.
I think the Postal Service in normal times handled 2 billion letters and parcels in the week before Christmas up to Christmas Day. 2 billion a week, which is what, 300,000 a day or so, give or take, right? When that's almost an incomprehensible number of mail, and like, did I say 300,000? I think I meant 3 million. Anyway, the bottom line is it's a lot of fucking mail, and the election, even if every single registered voter in the country voted by mail, that's a normal day for the post office.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, they deliver hundreds of millions of stuff every day, you know, all year round, and it works. It's absolutely obscene how I've seen footage of literally a warehouse full of collected mailboxes now and then stored that they've gone around and snatched all over these communities. I've seen the sorting machines that are warehoused as well, that DeJoy said in his testimony the other day that he's not going to reinstate them. Why the fuck not? There's no good reason the post office should work less well in the future. We have technological advances, and we have, you know, people willing to do the work. It should always be getting better. You know, it's a necessary service. Even poor countries have a fucking post office. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the reason why, again, the people who try to make the argument that both sides are the same or they're in the moral equivalent, I have no fucking patience for them anymore, because you can point to all sorts of dumb stuff, even some bad stuff that Democrats have done. I'll give you all of it, even the stuff that's a little, you know, marginal. I'll give you all of that, and none of it pales in comparison to the massive power grab that Republicans do on a regular basis.
So you figure of 100 million, give or take, mail-in ballots across the country between when they mailed the ballots out to election day, right? You figure whatever that span of time is, right? Okay. That sounds to the everyday person like a lot of mail. The Christmas season, Christmas cards alone, the U.S. Postal Service sends out 1.5 or delivers 1.5 billion Christmas cards. The U.S. Postal Service handles 47% of all mail on the planet. All mail on the planet.
Agent of Doubt.
Yeah.
Did you put a nun into that equation because somehow a nun was supposed to be part of a deterring factor as opposed to just like random person?
I want you to commit to this taco shot, and I want you to commit with such passion that you're going to get a running head start to kick this in the cooch.
I feel like you probably don't know me very well, all things considered.
I missed something. You're talking about nuns and tacos?
I mean, yeah, but they're like only the sort of tacos that Ben Shapiro would eat.
So they're dry.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Ben has never eaten a taco, wet or dry.
I swear to God, man, 2 days ago, I was just reading like pages of memes on that, and it was so funny. I had friends who were like, "Who is this guy?" And I'm like, "Oh dear." It's been great.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, he's like the Lord of self-ponage.
Yeah, basically.
Because I don't know if you saw his follow-up. There was a follow-up thing that he tweeted that like just made it worse. He just dug himself even deeper. I'm like, real dude, just shut the fuck up, man. You're losing it.
I mean, that's kind of the way that they do it on that side, though, right? They just double down, triple down, right? So, yeah.
I don't think.
I'm thinking he's never seen a taco up close.
I almost got in a fight
never doubled down on one.
on a bicycle, like 3 weeks ago in the parking lot while I was doing. So sometimes I go out and I do DoorDash or Instacart, right? That's the thing I do. And I'm going to Mod Pizza, and it's like this parking lot, right? And so it was full, and there was a car that was gonna back out, right? But they weren't gonna do that till I had driven past them. And as I drove past them, I saw that their taillights went on, and so I was like, they are going to back out. So I back my car up, right, back like this, so that they can come out and then I can go in, because it's like. It was a packed parking lot of cars, but it was ultimately not a busy parking lot. It's just that everybody apparently wanted specifically Mod Pizza at that time. So it's not like I was blocking traffic or whatever. It was the only moving vehicle in this whole parking lot, right? So I back up past this guy, right, so that he can then back out and then I can then go in. Well, as I'm backing my car up, there is some kid and I say kid because this guy couldn't have been over 25, right? If that, like, I was like, that guy's got to be like between like 18 and 21. Like, can he even buy a beer? I don't even know. But he's like coming down the sidewalk and he's pushing his bike, and he just shouts out at me. He says, "Your car's supposed to go in forward, not in reverse." And I said, "Your bike is supposed to be ridden, not pushed," right? And, and he turns and he looks at me and he's like got his bike, right? And he's like gonna throw, he like he's throwing his bike down, like kicks the kickstand down or whatever, like he's gonna come out from around the back of that bike. And I swear to God, like my door was ready to just like fly open. I was just going to go straight at his face, because that's the only way you deal with people like that, right? You think you're gonna come at me. I guess you can, and I might not win because I'm just a little woman, but I'm gonna fight all the way to the end, right? Like Pablo, hold my baby. Okay, we're gonna go, right? Somebody's gonna end up on the sidewalk, like with a clown.
And to bring this around, I think it's pretty safe to assume that no one has ever thrown a taco at Ben Shapiro's face.
I'm just picturing now. I was laughing the whole time because I'm just picturing like going to a Mexican restaurant with Sister Danger and then ordering and just having it be this big innuendo thing all the whole time.
That is like totally something I would do. But yeah, so like that, and I was like, I looked at that guy. Like I never broke eye contact. I was like, we're gonna go if you do this, right? And he was like, oh, but I can't fight you because you're a girl. And then he picks his bike up and keeps walking away. And I was like, that's right, brah. Shabbat.
He was great. Yeah, I wish I was there for that because that would be fucking awesome.
I mean, so yes, I will taco kick a nun, whatever.
Awesome.
So now we're beating nuns. I am so confused.
Now, real quick on the post office thing. What's really funny,
a part of it,
someone saying, "Oh, we don't send money through the mail." I've received checks as high as $85,000 through the mail. So,
the mail is literally a legal requirement for certain government documents to be delivered to citizens. And this whole thing, like people getting these IRS calls like, oh, you owe $50,000 in back taxes, and if you don't do the thing, we're going to throw you in jail. And I'm like, actually, they can't do that. And if you didn't get it in the mail, then guess what? Not real, because they legally have to do that. And it's good enough for that. It's good enough for prescriptions. It's good enough for people to send money orders and checks and all other kinds of things. But apparently somehow...
And baby chicks, apparently.
Yeah, livestock. It's good enough for other states that have been doing mail-in voting for decades, right?
You know what?
You
know what a poor man's copyright is, right?
Yes, it's actually not really... Oh, don't open the intellectual property right can of worms on me. I hate poor man's copyright. Yes, it's basically when you take your document, you put it into a sealed envelope, and then you mail it through the postal system back to yourself. You do not unseal it, and then at some point in the future, if you need to prove that this document was your original creation, you can then unseal it in, let's say, a court of law or in front of a designated authority.
That postmark gets to the date stamp.
Yes, and demonstrate that you were the original creator of the thing. The problem with poor man's copyright is that while you might be able to show that you were the original creator of the thing, copyrights that are registered copyrights, that one of the things that they confer onto the copyright holder is the ability to seek reparation when that copyright is infringed upon. So you might be able to show that I had it first, but when you go into a court and you're like, but I had this first, they're like, well, do you have it registered as a copyright? No, then you have no jurisdiction to get reparation for the infringement upon that. It's useless ultimately.
It's why what you said is true, but you no longer have to register it at the time. You now can register it basically before you sue. Yeah, I watch Leonard French, Waffle Masters regularly.
I feel like I need to consult my lawyer friends on that one.
Yeah.
It is from them, that's
something that's relatively recent. I mean, they changed when you had to register it, so you're correct, but it's no longer accurate.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking about tacos now.
Joe's speechless thinking about tacos.
So we all want to support the post office. So this is what I want you to do. Go to Eventbrite, to any one of Trump's planned rallies in the next 2 months. And sign up for your ticket. Don't go, right? But put your real address there, because you're going to get an envelope from Donald Trump. And he's going to want a campaign donation. I want you to write a check for 1 cent and then put it in the envelope and then mail it back, because it costs him 50 cents that goes directly to the post office to get that business bill reply, right? So then you can put 50 cents into the post office, courtesy of Donald Trump.
It's awesome.
It's kind of a good idea.
And cost his campaign 49 cents. I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I find pennies on the ground, so I imagine I could
Well,
I'm not saying you. I'm saying put a real check in because I wouldn't do anything illegal like fraudulent or anything like that. I'm totally not saying that you should put a sign in that says "fuck Trump."
Is that illegal and fraudulent? I'm pretty sure it's not.
That would be. I could not tell anyone to do that over the air like this.
What exactly is illegal?
Well, see, actually, what somebody told me what they used to do is, you know how you get like mailers for like advertisements for various shit that they would take like with like Benny Hinn or any of those religious types would send you an envelope, stuff it. I think it might have been DPR, and fill it with like leaflets and other bullshit from other mailers and send it back because it's not illegal to do that.
Oh, I've done that with credit card companies.
I mean, you want to know something that's also terrible? I mean, if you really just wanted to be like a complete jerk to somebody, when you go to the grocery store and you pick up magazines, you know how the magazines have little postcards in them so that you can sign up for like a yearly or half-yearly subscription, right? Well, you don't have to fill out your own name on those. And a lot of times you can just fill it out, take the sample subscription, mail it in, it will sign the people up, and now they will just start receiving the thing, and they must go through the process of canceling this whole rigmarole, or they're going to start being charged for the magazines that they never signed up for. So,
Ooh, that's a new one. I haven't heard that. I like that one.
I mean, you can just like while you're waiting in line at the grocery store, just pick one of those bad boys up and just open it. Like you don't even have to buy the magazine. You just be like, and wait for it to fall out and take it home. Yeah.
He's devious. I like you.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a real good one.
That's a really good one. That's the thing. That's one thing. I am, a nice. Well, mostly nice, but I definitely have a vindictive streak, and that's the kind of thing that I don't know if I ever told you guys this one. I think Rob's heard this one before, but I sub shop near me here in New Jersey. That when I was back in the 90s, I guess it was, or still in college or just after college, and they were trying to attract people from the place I worked. And so I'm trying to bring people in because everyone else is going to this other place, and I'm telling the guy, oh, these guys have this promotion, they give us a discount. So he's starting to build his business up, and I'm bringing him customers. So he starts a sub club thing, and I finally fill out my little thing, and he basically screws me on my free sub. He gives me a hard time, and then he screws me over. So I'm like, you motherfucker, you know, after everything I've done for you, you're going to try to screw me. So
out of a sub, is it really worth it, dude?
Yeah, well, it's the principle. So for him, I mean, why screw me over? So I went to the other place, I bought lunch, went to his place, and I sat down and started eating because I wanted him to confront me. And then I got up and I'm walking around the place eating the sandwich, and he went in the back because he didn't want to confront me because he knew I was gonna make an issue of it. So I told my boss this, and my boss had been an old partisan that fought against Castro. He was, a Cuban guy, and he came here as a refugee. Well, he thought this was the greatest thing. He's like, yeah, stick it to the man. So he went there the following week, ordered a huge order, and then when the food came, he's like, oh, wait a minute, you're the one that screwed my friend over on a sandwich. I can't eat here, and he walked out.
That is rough. Like that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Man.
Yeah.
Ways to F with people. Next week on the Breakfast Club.
We seem to have come to a comfortable pause, and I think I'm going to have to wrap the show up and everything like that. And as always, I thank you all for showing up this week. I think this has been a great show. The conversation has meandered like I can't even, like a den of snakes, basically. Yeah, so we're all snakes, I guess that means. Anyway, right, and I want to thank the audience in the chat as well for engaging and everything like that. And I will see you guys all in the after show, assuming that when I click this button, the show ends. I know Rob would send his love if he was on the camera right now and stuff, but he's not because I am. So anyway, peace and joy, y'all. I will see you again next week on the Breakfast.